Welcome to the Hayseed Knight, a game gifted to me by a friend after their incessant recommendations, so it's probably good. It's like, oh god, Iggy, you gotta do this. It's a good game. Here, take it, play it. All right. I put it out there. I can't really give you like a little blurb or anything about the game because I don't know what I'm doing. The devs said they'll catch the VOD as it's 2 AM for them. Oh, they're 12 hours behind. Or possibly a few hours ahead. Okie dokie. But yeah, the VOD will be saved. I'll get that. Yeah, I'll get it uploaded, it'll be fine. Aussie dev? What time zone is it currently 2 AM in? What time zone is currently 2 AM? Come on, Google, you can do it. No, don't sort by popular. I'm not going to find shit. It's 2 AM in Tokyo. So, there you go. Maybe from Japan or in that time zone at the moment. I don't know. Or nearabouts. Anyway, video game. So I was just looking through the options first. If there's any issues with sound levels, let me know. I should be able to alter them. This game does come with content warnings and a plain font, so it doesn't have the cursive, that's the word, if you find that a struggle to read. But I'm going to be reading it out loud, so hopefully it's alright. So if I will go through the content warnings for Chapter 1 at least. So in Chapter 1 we can expect fantasy racism, fantasy homophobia, ableism, comedy violence, and a police violence threat. I don't know how severe or how regular, because I think this is also a sort of choose-your-own-adventure visual novel, so it may even be possible we don't see some of these. Is Australia in the same time zone? Oh, well, I know Australia covers like 2 or 3 time zones, doesn't it? Australia big, but most people are on like the East Coast, I think, or thereabouts. Anyways, start game. A lot of it is voiced. I'll be reading out any unvoiced bits, if any. Yeah, this is a solo dev, as far as I'm aware. With, additional help for voice actors.
Holy horns! What's with this place? It's ancient. Are you sure we're allowed to be here?
Okay, narrator's not voiced, so I will be the narrator. You're allowed to be anywhere as long as no one finds you. Sneaking through forgotten cracks in a wall is not as easy as it once was, but I still managed to push my hat and my staff in somehow without wrecking the wall any further. Today's a mess, and the last thing I'd want is the whole city knowing that I'm back on my nonsense, namely helping fawns trespass into abandoned temples in pursuit of fixing the written lies that pass as history these days. Too old for this rubbish. I catch a glimpse of Lynn's expression as I push my scarf over my face again. My newest headache looks entirely unconvinced by my logic. Look, we're already here, and you're going to need all the help you can get, kid. I don't have time to explain every single little thing to you. If said kid still has any qualms left about following me here, she has the rare decency not to voice them. I mean, this whole ordeal is her fault, in a very roundabout sort of way. Still her fault nonetheless. It's anyone's but mine, at least. I didn't come all the way back to the city to do charity for his descendants. I just wanted to find that dumbass's grave and clean up a little, or leave some incense or something, not this. I wasn't looking to hear legends about any so-called Knight of the Upperfield. I know the books in this library won't say a word about him, but I had to come back to this place anyway. The unlikely possibility of finding a trace of his existence among the broken tablets and burnt codices was far too compelling to ignore. Here I am, still following in his footsteps, like the few unlucky... Yes, hi Lily, thank you. Like the few unlucky scripts that time and thieves spared, frozen in their shelves as they await the return of someone who will understand them. We have a lot in common, this library and I. The kid's eyes open a fraction wider, and I only managed to narrowly avoid the incoming onslaught of questions. Here, ink, paper. You can write, right?
Of course! You're talking to the fastest!
Shut it, Askadaz. I don't even know if I said that right, but that's what I'm going with.
Sheesh, you're really adding some flavor to my name, huh? Where did all that salt come from? Or could that be the sweetness of an old flame leaving such a bitter aftertaste?
Ugh, no, don't do that. It makes you sound like your mother. I mean, her mother. Or her great-great-great-grandmother? I can't believe the story has derailed this much. How long have I been gone?
I can't even start to guess if you won't tell me how old you are.
I'm entirely too old to care about something as dumb as numbers.
Well, gee, I'm starting to see why you wanted me here. Do you have a name, or are you too cool for letters too?
My name would only doom this project. You will be me, and I will be nothing more than the space between words.
What a droll way to say you want me getting lynched for this.
I can still keep the story to myself and tell you to get lost, kid.
But you won't, because after hearing my name, you realize I'm the chosen gazelle that legend of old prophesied would tell the true story of the night, right? I could use a little encouragement here, not gonna lie.
Listen, Lynn, I don't believe in chosen ones, and I certainly don't know what the truth is. I doubt Ada himself ever knew. But I'm going to tell you the story I know. I will tell it once, and I'll probably tell it wrong, since I can barely remember it anymore. But even so, anything I say will be 1,000 times more accurate than any of the odes this witless bunch of fop-doodles have been singing through the ages. This may be Ada's punishment for lying his way into history, but still can't let the name of a friend be smeared like that. So what I mean to say is that I will skewer you if you interrupt me and make me forget something.
Fair.
She finally shuts up for a moment, though I know the silence won't last. Right, good. Guess I should put my own thoughts in order before we begin. His story started back when he left his village to... No, that would be too long. His story starts when he became a knight, and... No, that defeats the point. I guess his story... Well... I guess his story starts with me. I could allow myself that much merit, right?
Who are you again?
I'm the one who tells the story. You write. Okay. Alright, here we go. Chapter 1. The Fickle Queen, or what better way to start a story than when things are about to go south?
Adder.
Oh, I was saying it right.
Hey, lad. Do we have to go through this every single fuck?
No!
Is this
Oh,
our
boy.
hero?
Here we go.
I recognize him from the cover art.
A beast! I saw a beast!
Way to call me an eyesore.
I wonder how much I'm actually going to get to read here.
I'm telling you, I saw a beast.
Right. Look, I'm not drunk enough for this, so good.
This ain't no time to sleep. The beast may be gone, but the Macadar is still out there. The forest's out there and it's come to find me.
Sounds like a very naive country boy.
Can you stop screaming like an idiot and use your brain for a second?
I knew they'd get to the city one day! We gotta tell everyone!
There are no damn trees around you, dimwit!
Hey, Val.
Ah.
What do you think about some juice?
Yep, I will have a
Stop
drink.
slouching.
Thank you. A long shush followed right after. Well, that's what we'll go with, since the words their dear neighbours used were too colourful to be reproduced.
Oh, then what did you holler for, Mr. Bard? The sun ain't up yet. If you don't quit your whining, we're gonna get a beating.
Says you, the buck who hath been delighting mine ears with his pitiful wailing all night long.
Say what?
You've been talking in your sleep again.
So this fella's a bard, or bard adjacent? Perhaps a poet? Oh, choices! Angie, scared, or I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, slap my head and call me silly. I'm so sorry, Mr. Bard. I forgot we were an heirloom for a moment there. But no more. I'm gonna make sure to keep my dreams dead silent from now on.
That's what you said last time. Ah. Can't a deer have a hangover in peace for once?
You know that I'd move away if I could. But
Don't sweat it, kid. Once you're faring better, you'll take us both out of our misery.
wait. Fair?
What?
Fair. Oh, 3.
Don't.
The fair!
I swear to bite that kid, if you keep screaming, I'm going to kill you.
Not if they get to me first!
And so Ada's heavy hooves stomped the ground with the force of a stampede as he sprinted away, making Yoff regret every decision that led him to suffering this torment.
Glad we sorted that out.
Wide awake now and running as fast as his clumsy hooves would let him, Ada set off towards the beating heart of the city, the souk, hoping no one would feel like stopping his try that again. Hoping no one would feel like stopping his on the way. A whole year had come and gone since he'd first set foot on the streets of Slander District, the most infamous slums of the capital. A place so heinous that walking there alone at night was considered a suicide attempt. A place where you were in your right to keep a house if you could outlast its previous owner. Where he'd once felt like a poor fawn fearing for his life, now he felt like a poor deer fearing for his life. But at least he actually knew his way around after such a long time avoiding brigands. Wah. He had no time to spare, worrying about trivial matters such as being robbed or stabbed, for he knew fully well that he was to meet his destiny.
The patron's gonna skin me alive!
A destiny which most likely didn't really include being flayed by his dearest employer. Though we can't rule out the possibility of his direct superior whacking him in the head for oversleeping on such an important date.
What if she hates me now? Then the patron won't have no problem kicking me out. He'll kick me out and keep my skin as a payment. Nah, that's dumb. But he'll kill me anyway. Oh, crap.
So immersed was he in these fatalistic thoughts invading his head, that his brain, which was, by all accounts, mostly made up of sawdust, didn't pay any mind to the path his hooves were following. And so, as is to be expected from someone not heeding the wise advice, look where you're going, he soon met the first obstacle in his way to the plaza. A wall. Oh my god.
Oh dear.
Thank you for head pats. You're basically doling these out on cooldown. And hello, Very. In any other place, that soft chuckle would have meant that Ada wouldn't have the benefit of living with his failures alone. In the slums, it could mean that he wouldn't have the benefit of living at all.
That was almost impressive. I truly thought that you were going to run straight through that wall for a moment.
Leave a frickin' Wile E. Coyote impression in it as well. The voice got closer by the second, followed by a strangely harmonic tinkling. A melody that danced in his ears and paralyzed his mind, rendering him frozen in the spot at the fort of an incoming murderous lady. Ada shut his one remaining eye and held his breath deeply, knowing that it would be his last. Not dead yet. Still not dead? How come he was still alive? That's just rude. Between his blurry sight and the obfuscating darkness, Ada could barely discern the silhouette standing right in front of him. He should have run and screamed and begged for his life, but instead, he hesitated long enough for a few stray sun rays to wander among the rundown houses, finally casting light upon his foe.
Whoa!
Whoa.
For your information, everyone already thinks that Rose are thick-skulled. We don't need another martyr for the cause.
Extravagant gazelle. A plump gazelle dressed in exquisite silks watched over him, sole witness to his downfall. She smiled at him with the ease of one who is wealthy enough to be a local wherever they go.
Are you okay?
Suddenly unequipped to offer a coherent reply, Ada stared in stunned silence. His delayed reaction was nothing short of concerning, given the circumstances, but the new bump on his head was not to blame for it. Despite all the preconceptions screaming otherwise in his mind, this gazelle didn't appear to be hostile, murderous, or even the slightest bit interested in bringing about his death. In fact, the only demise that seemed imminent was hers.
What? Are you okay? What are you doing out about in a place like this, ma'am? You lost or something?
In a way, I suppose. I'm hiding.
And here I am hollering down the street without a care in the world. I'm so sorry. I'll leave you be.
No need. I'm not in immediate danger, and I fully intend to be found. It is a matter of principle. I guess what I intend to be is a nuisance.
So you're playing some kind of rich gal hide and seek?
Does that lower your opinion of me much?
I mean, I ain't got much of an opinion of you yet. An impression, at most?
You've definitely made one.
The girl turned the curve of her horns toward the adder-shaped indentation in the wall. She returned with a smirk, which only served to crease Ada's brow.
You ain't no coward, that's for sure. You gotta have a lot of gall or a lot of empty room in your head to go slumming it in a place like this.
You're one to talk.
Who, me? No, of course not. I ain't one to talk to reckless moneybags who risk their one life dawdling and slander, chewing the rag with boneheads who plow straight into walls. Except I am, because that's what they call sarcasm in these parts.
Yeah, well done, Ada. Well done.
I couldn't tell.
See? That's what I'm talking about. You can't survive out here if you don't know that much, ma'am. I know y'all better sorts like playing with fire, but
he could hardly bear the thought of going on his merry way and letting a young lady become a ransom note. Not even when his neck, his job, rather, was on the line.
y'all got space for one more player?
You want us to hide together? Wouldn't that be reckless of me?
Good question. I wouldn't trust myself if I were a full-time slum dweller, but I'm a temporary slum dweller. An honorary slum dweller, if you will. You could trust me for about 10 minutes.
They laughed together under their breath, like old friends sharing a secret.
I don't know about safe, but I promise you won't be bored.
You're not the first person to say yowie hands already, and we're not even 20 minutes into the stream, Kusi.
I would enjoy that.
The corner of her lips contorted upwards into a sincere grin. It felt like the greatest achievement in the boy's entire life. Ada dusted his scruffy pants, straightened his 4th or 5th hand jacket, and cleared his throat.
It's a deal then. You're in luck today, ma'am. You get a hiding partner, a meat shield, and a tour guide for the unbeatable price of nothing at all. Please stay close to the coward by your side and keep your wits about.
Iggy.
Down danger alleys we go.
They are not yowie hands. How plebeian. They are clearly big heckin' paws. Thank you, Panda. Also, I'm just going to shift myself a little over to the side so I'm not covering the writing. I know it's voiced as well, but for those who understand better when they can read at the same time, I am going to move myself a little over. And I'm also going to lift up the chat window, so that's not covering anything as well. Let's say about there should be fine. Feel free to spam chat to test, but you should not be covering any dialogue now. Right. I mean, longer messages would work better, like a couple lines at least, but it looks fine. Ada said this with his chin up and a full chest, for anything else would have had him slapping his own snout, wondering what in the name of the Hadza was he getting himself into this time. Still covering a little bit, but if I shift a little to the side, it's mostly fine. Ada's anxieties were ample, unwholesome, and they tended to grow in the absence of dialogue. A few minutes stuck on a narrow staircase next to a wistful-looking girl, and he was already teeming with them. It occurred to him, now that his meagre wits were starting to rearrange after getting so terribly scrambled, that running into a wall and ditching his job were potentially the least fatal of his long string of poor decisions.
So, if it ain't prying too much, course, who are we hiding from again?
Oh, no one important. You'll know when you see them.
Right, gotcha.
Ada didn't dare spare a single look in the direction of his rather nonchalant company. He couldn't afford that sort of stress in his life. Our illiterate protagonist hardly knew what a book was, or why it was generally poor manners to judge one by its cover, but he had just started to workshop the idea that the quality of one's clothes didn't necessarily reflect one's station in life. He didn't want to assume, of course, but the horned lady by his side could have easily been a thief dressing up, on her way back from a Mark's house. Ada was pretty sure this was not the case, but what if? What if it was? What then? He'd get gored to death, that's what. The boy sidled one eye discreetly towards her comparatively large and sharp-coiled black horns, hoping to find them a safe distance away from his face and all his fears. Fears that weren't eased by the liberty with which he found her inches away from his shoulder, gawking at his own antlers.
You're gonna make him shorter if you keep staring like that, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. Am I making you self-conscious? I was just trying to get a better look at your eye patch.
That ain't much better, you know.
Where would you have me look?
Anywhere but me.
A fine company you'll make, then.
I thought we were supposed to be hiding.
And yet, I'd swear that I'd set out to find you.
Our favourite dear didn't know what to make of this sentence. She wouldn't grant him the time to digest it, either.
The round will be over before we know it. Let me use my one chance to look at you.
I don't know. I kind of woke up too early, and I didn't have time to wash my face very well, and I don't really like being looked at, and I got a lot to get back to, and...
So you were in a rush. Am I keeping you?
Her expression morphed into an affected pout, an atrocious turn of events. Truth is, Ada wasn't going to be just late for work anymore. He'd be double late.
Now I got places to be, yeah? But you can keep me all you like. I mean, What's the matter at this point? May as well save myself the trip back home. Chances are I'm already fired.
The lady raised a single eyebrow. It was sharp enough to stab Ada in the common sense.
And you'd rather not cast the die?
Never been one to gamble.
I'm much the same as you. Metaphorically, that is. I do have a job to keep me busy.
Hey, I do too. I got like 15, in fact. I'm a farmer by birth, a smith apprentice by trade, a fighter by chance, a water seller by day, a rivet peddler by night, a beggar when necessity strikes.
Newly unemployed by choice.
If you want me to get, you can just say that, ma'am.
I hold nothing but your best interests at heart.
Well, that makes two of us. What do you call that situation?
Unbelievable.
The gazelle turned her face briskly away, toward the walls surrounding the market in the distance. Her walls seemed just as tall. Now, Ada wasn't exactly what we would call smooth, suave, anything less than gritty, really. But even he knew that the conversation wasn't going right, left, or anywhere he wanted it to go. He fully realized that he was being led by the nose by some pretty lady, who hadn't even asked him to stay. He could have just walked off, right then, and lived a life none the wiser to the trouble that would come.
Oh, you know, on second thought, what the hey? Look all you want. You got yourself a pass to the main event.
Okay, that is a choice of words, Ada.
Come and see, you bold. All the ways deer can grow wrong. Feast your eyes on the terror from Chanteray, the error of nature. Long neck shovel hands!
Ada made a little pirouette as he fell, head first down the stairs. That was thankfully enough to earn him another smile.
I don't suppose you're an acrobat.
I'm the whole circus act, ma'am.
Ada wiggled one of his gigantic hens up in the air for her to inspect, trying to provide a solid argument for his thesis.
What are those?
He felt a nice, friendly grip on his hand, kindly pulling him up from the ground, and before he knew it, he found himself face to hand with the lady upstairs. She was eyeing him up and down, inspecting his hands in the way one would study an ancient carving.
My hands?
Were you born with them? How much weight can you lift? Can you use tools at all? How do you put on shirts? What's wrong with your neck? Is that a hood or a scarf? I love the pattern, by the way.
It bears mentioning that, at this point in his life, Ada had only been granted the honour of holding hands with two women, his mother and his boss. Both were rough and weathered by years of work, and both could beat him in arm wrestling, given the occasion. Finely filed fingers, gently wrapped around his arm, were a complete novelty, even if their owner was,
So?
I'm sorry, ma'am. What was the question?
You! What are you supposed to be?
Oh, I'm a big deal.
Can't you tell looking at these whappers? I'm a Carnrite fighter. I was just practicing my tackles back there, see? Yeah! Huh! I don't mean to brag, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, so you're one of those head-butting brutes. I should have known.
No, I ain't no brute. I was just lying to impress you. You seen the size of these sticks on my head? What am I supposed to do with them? Tickle the other buck to death?
Then I guess you have yet to explain the part where you run into a wall.
Oh, you know, just the usual around these lands. How I was running for my life. In fact, you and I should both get going before a local shows up with a knife.
His accidental rhyme earned him a little chuckle.
What you laughing about? Is there anything on my snout?
Is this another gig of yours? Street poet? Or could it be that you intend to steal my attention and my purse, seeing as how you seem so sure that I'm not here to rob you?
Ada was much too concussed to ponder his next words. All he saw was a chance to polish his charlatan skills, the one arguably good thing he acquired from Gyoff.
Well, ma'am, folks around here come in two flavors. Stabby and gritty. but I'd never seen a thief that looked quite so pretty.
Oh, we're doing this.
I don't know what this means, but you're just so inspiring. That unrehearsed. I keep on rhyming.
Oh no. Stop that, they're terrible.
For you, I could keep on rhyming till I die. 'Cause lady, your beauty don't fit in a single eye.
The good-natured laughter stopped all of a sudden.
My what? Sorry?
Your beauty?
Really? How can it be that the intangible concept of beauty cannot fit within the boundaries of one eye?
'Cause it's so big?
My beauty is too big.
No, I mean, yes, I mean, it's perfect. Your beauty, beauty, I said.
Oh, how inappropriate.
Inappropriate. What a fancy word, ma'am. You can call me worse things if you'd like. Or you can call the guards. Or Ilgrab. Or I could just save you the trouble and go jump off a cliff right now.
While the red-haired lady laughed and laughed, unable to muster the strength in her heart to stop, Ada stumbled back, uttering apologies that surely made no sense whatsoever. He might as well have recited another poem to apologize. We'll never know for sure, for his accent became so thick whenever he lost his cool that academics to this day still argue if that way of talking can truly be considered Cernar. That might be a location name. Oh, can I click it? Ah. Well, go to the encyclopedia. If you find yourself overwhelmed, you'll learn concepts as you play. If you want a crash course, I'd recommend reading the topic species in lore and checking out. Oh, okay. Cernar is a language of the steppes, simplified version of Basaktet, mainly differentiated in the composition of words and the use of spaces for clarification. Cernar began being recognized as a different language by the end of the War of Two, but it was considered inferior to Basaktet until the Bahan Rebellion, with the fall of the Kingdom of Basaksarat. Deer population has been increasing steadily since they discovered that the gods wouldn't smite them for breathing in between words. Okay. A little bit more about Ada. Age, 19, crossed out. 21, crossed out. Old enough to drink in this tavern, Miss Barkeep. Species, roe deer. Birthplace, Ravina Olus. Sanxia province. I think he said that before, but I forgot to pronounce it. Ada long-neck shorthorns, or Ada shovelhands, sometimes Ada shoeface, is just a bumpkin with a long name and longer hands who left his tiny village, Ravina Olus, to move to the great city of Ealum. No one quite knows why, but he arrived with a single objective in mind, becoming a knight. But he's a peasant, and pretty damn poor at that. Oh well, it's not going to stop him, is it? Well, it kinda is. And dreams aren't edible, after all. Lives in Slender District with his self-proclaimed best friend, Gyoff. Alright, back to it. But I digress. It seemed Ada wouldn't be allowed to die of shame quite so early.
Wait, no. Come back! I'm not mad! But I will be if you make me run after you!
Ada halted in his step, but he remained too mortified to face her. It was the gazelle who circled around him to look him in the eye.
We can't have you running away now that I found you.
The deer wasn't sure what exactly she meant by that, but he couldn't quite gather the wits to think about it as she moved her hands to his sunk-in cheeks, where nothing remained but gaunt skin attached almost directly to his skull.
Yes, it is you, isn't it? Short-horned, loud-mouthed, and one-eyed. Just so much more emaciated. Oh, how could you let this happen to yourself?
Ada's apple bounced in his throat, suddenly brought back to the present by the realization of how close her blue eyes were to his own.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. I don't know what came over me. I swear I ain't no...
Oh? So, you aren't the type that sees a pretty gazelle and splurts something daft every time?
And hi, Zadakis, yes, this is a visual novel.
No, of course not!
Then is it just me that has this effect on you? I'm honored.
The effect? What are you talking about? I'm just a gentlemanly buffoon, ma'am. I open my mouth and silly stuff comes out. It don't mean nothing.
So you're a buffoon and a cad. What a terrible combination. You're bound to break someone's heart one of these days.
Why'd you keep talking like we knew each other?
Because you do know me. In fact, you've had me looking for quite a while now.
Ma'am, I think our 10 minutes are up. I don't know what you're selling, but I ain't gonna buy it.
Come on. Don't you remember that night on the bridge under Hirob's statue? With the guards laughing at you? You didn't hit your head that hard, did you?
I bet those guards had one haystack of a night laughing at some poor buck, but I'm pretty darn sure that wasn't me. I'd remember you. Trust me.
In other circumstances, perhaps. But I suppose a year would be far too long regardless. Oh well. That only leaves one way to find out.
The cryptic woman bit her lip just long enough to make Ada lose his need to understand the situation anymore.
Come closer.
Who, me? Almost asked the deer. Yet there was no one else hiding in the mists of dawn.
I said, come closer.
All right then, here I come.
That's it.
Move like an inch.
Come on. Don't make me walk over there. Boop. That's close enough.
She slipped right under Ada's arm, uninvited, but not unwelcomed.
Now, if you could get on your knees, You know what? Maybe you should see a doctor after all.
Joseph! There you are!
Now, seriously?
In less than a blink, the gazelle's smile was back on her face. She turned to face the voice in the distance. It belonged to a doe in similarly flashy clothing, hurriedly stomping her way towards Yasif, apparently.
You called?
We've been looking everywhere for you!
And so you found me. Congratulations. Now, if you don't mind...
Miss Rochelle's had us searching for hours! She wants you back immediately!
I can't believe she is subbed as some wench. But, alright.
Well, I'm kind of busy, so... Would you be so kind to go tell her to find someone else to bother while I catch up with my friend here?
The fair's about to start! Head back already or you'll get us all in trouble!
The red-haired woman held her breath for what felt like an eternity. The entire world seemed to slow down to match her pace, afraid of moving another second forward.
I'm sorry. Was that an order?
What? Miss Rochelle said...
Say, do you know what happened to the last wench who had the gall to order me around?
Yasif's grin remained glued to her face, but her eyes had narrowed down to a squint, sharpening her long eyelashes even further.
I don't...
Care to find out?
The doe looking for her stammered. The doe looking for her stammered, colour drained from her mien. After a few tense seconds, Yasif clapped her hands.
Oh, sorry. Was that too much? Don't make that face, honey. I'm just joking here. I'm not idle enough to begin picking fights with my sisters, don't you think?
Right.
Then that's settled. Let's go.
Yasif whipped her tail as she spun in the opposite direction, making the choir of bells that hung from her hips announce her leave. Ada hadn't quite planned on sticking around so long, and he positively didn't mean to spy on anyone. He was just worried, of course, but now, with good reason. The withdrawn gazelle that had so eagerly tried to convince him of their acquaintance had all but vanished, and the terrifying lady that took her place seemed to have forgotten all about him. Bahan or not, Ada didn't have many chances to make new friends, especially in the upper echelon, to whom he owed a great deal of kindness when his dinner depended on it. He thought it wise, therefore, to introduce himself before this strange beauty left his life for good.
Wait!
Yes.
His call came out a little more desperate than he intended, and who could blame him? He had found himself petrified at the sight of her all over again. Her bright red hair curling into messy waves behind her neck, her horns shining in such a deep reflective black, her long fluffy tail lazily wagging behind her, captured halfway through a step. What was a nobody like him doing talking to a woman like her? Why would she ever bother so much as to look back? Ada's heart skipped a beat, and once he realized so, he would have sooner had it stopped beating altogether. No way, I wasn't looking at her, Ada yelled internally. Beads of sweat began falling from his temples as his face became even more flustered. There's no way Flustered as he was, he barely registered the gazelle walking down the few steps that separated them. As if meaning to aggravate his inner turmoil, Yasif smiled one last time with a mischievous glint in her eyes.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you. It's your turn to find me next, handsome.
Ada was so many things. He was goofy, he was loud, he had a smile that could light up a whole town. He was gigantic, and yet, if there was a thing he'd never call himself, it was no doubt handsome. After all, a buck's worth may as well be as large as his horns are, and his were, well, tiny, almost childlike. So, that offhanded compliment, that mere insinuation that someone found him actually good-looking, made his heart flutter. And by flutter, I mean it may as well have burst out of his chest right then. So, for just 1 second, he forgot that the lady in front of him was horned. For a moment, he forgot all the horrible things he'd heard about gazelles, and those who fancied them. His face turned red, his jaw came loose. But had he been able to articulate, he'd have found he'd completely forgotten the ability to talk. He still knew how to do one thing, though. Run. Lovely subtitle. Oh. This time, his shame was stronger than the wall.
Wait, what? Stop right there. What was that last bit?
The bit about the wall or the Oh, I see. Ruminants haven't always been so successful at living together as they're now. Wars, gods, horn shape. All the excuses to be different used to make a lot more sense to mortals back then.
No, I know that, but there's no way the knight would have thought something so awful.
Ada was a young, insecure stag, in a time when every roe felt the need to deny having a single drop of barn blood in their veins. Why would he think any different?
Why wouldn't he? That's the point, isn't it? That he was different from the rest. How could he believe any of that crap?
Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream, hope you enjoy yourself and have a lovely day. How should I know? I never had anything against gazelles.
Sounds like you weren't a whole
And
lot
thank you
bothered
too.
by those who did,
Same
though.
to you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You're right, I wasn't. I just thought that there always had to be someone to punch down on, and I spent all my energy making sure that would never be me. That was the world as I saw it, and I never hoped it could be any different. Never wanted it to change. Ada, though, I think he never meant to do that to anyone. I think he just hadn't realized that there was more to the world than the fears he had been raised with. He had to butt heads with more than one type of wall in his life. Could be wrong, of course. His understanding could have been yet another pretense, and he may have very well lied about wanting to fight with the rest of us until his very last breath. Now, I'm sure he did grow to be a wise and kind man, Lynn. Much wiser and kinder than I ever was, at least. Neither of us would be here making excuses for that dumbass otherwise.
Val, stop. Have a drink.
Stop
Thank
slouching.
Well, I don't care about you, but he'd better rise up soon. I have high-quality standards for my ancestors.
You wise up. I'm glad you do, kid. Now, where were we? The sun was already up in the sky by the time Ada managed to remember that he was supposed to go to the souk.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to arrive so late. Please don't kill me.
Like, he's a little country bumpkin. Is he ever going to wise up? But lo and behold, there was no one around.
Ha! What do you know? First again. I'm gonna have to ask for a raise at this rate. Oh, hold up. Now ain't the time for that. Andy could get here at any... Boss! Ha! Gotcha. You're gonna end up giving someone a heart attack if you don't quit sneaking up on people like that, you know.
I like you already.
Right. Don't you think for a second I forgot I was supposed to prepare the stall. No, ma'am. But, you know, days are getting longer, and it's harder to sleep at night, and the streets are real crowded, and...
Thank you as well for the follow there. I think I forgot to promote my stream in your server specifically. Oops.
Hey now!
Oh, was that?
Quit giving
oh,
me that!
hang on. History. There we go. Oh god, how did he pronounce her name? Was it Enna? Enna's silent glare told him that she didn't believe a single word, but she didn't care enough to pry either. Ah. She pointed at her hair. Drops of silvery green water were dancing on her tips, painting the ground beneath them.
How is it my fault that you were busy dyeing your hair?
Leaving him with that perfectly valid question unanswered, she walked back to pick up a big bag she'd left a few steps away. She lifted it up with a single hand and then headed toward the stall, closely followed by Ada. It was about time that they began working. A sudden thought popped up in Ada's mind as he helped her set up their carpet.
So, how come the patron ain't here? It's just gonna be the two of us today?
Anna simply shrugged.
You won't tell your pa I got here late, right, boss?
She punched his arm with such strength that she almost made him fall sideways.
Ow! What did I... Oh, sorry, boss.
This little reminder that was a sensitive issue effectively killed the conversation. People from all over Earloom began congregating in the souk, turning the walled plaza into a sea of spice, trinkets, and deer. The currents of that sea were still difficult to understand for Ada, who often found himself pushed to the ground in the busiest hours. Today would be especially lively. It was the beginning of the Dawn-soon season, and so the festive Icane had to make sure to bid a proper farewell to the rain clouds, so they'd be back again by the end of it. A pleasant change from Ada's usual day-to-day, working in Enna? I'll get there eventually. In Enna's forge under the continuous risk of suffering a heat stroke or third-degree burns. Or that's what he thought at first.
Welcome, welcome! We got the best prices in town! Come on and see what goods we offer!
There was no reaction whatsoever to his incessant yelling. Other than Anna snickering at him for trying so hard, that is.
Sure must be fun watching me break my back so your dad won't yell at us.
With a long sigh, Anna sat up and cast a tired glance over the carpet. She reached out and grabbed a small, shiny dagger. After checking its sharpness against her gloves, she began stabbing the air as possible customers approached the stall, attempting to showcase its intended use. Ada quickly put his hands over her shoulders, discreetly bringing her arms down.
You know what? Nah, take that back. There ain't no deer in the world that works harder than Ana of the Test.
Ana,
There
yeah.
just ain't. A hard worker like you deserves a good rest every once in a while, so just let me take care of this, boss.
He did his best attempt at a natural smile. Ana, who couldn't care less about any of this, simply shrugged and sat back, still wielding the knife. She let her hand fall on one of the stones that paved the souk, and effortlessly tore it from the ground, deciding that it'd serve better as a sharpening tool.
You do you.
It was best to leave the issue alone. Ada had figured out quite some time ago that Ana was a creature of habit, and her habits included steadfastly refusing to put any effort into anything she didn't care about, but it never really bothered him at all. There was something fascinating about watching her get completely absorbed by whatever task she had chosen to focus on, really. Ada never really quite had that level of dedication to his craft, if he even had one. She could hammer tirelessly at a single hunk of metal for hours at a time if the piece required so, all while judging Ada's every move with the same intensity. She was just as capable of sitting in a corner and glaring away the hours while she sank deep into her own imagination. That's why he immediately knew something was off when she turned her face away from the dull knife of her own accord.
Huh? What's wrong, boss? Wait, is that... Oh, no. Don't tell me he's coming this way!
Ana wasn't going to tell him either way, but coming this way, he was. He being Ada's worst one-sided nightmare. The word I don't recognize. Almatasian? Scene? How do I pronounce that? Hopefully someone voices it soon. Of Heirloom Souk, tailored the treasurer, followed by his pale retinue. Ada didn't even have time to yelp before the merchant among merchants politely announced his presence with an ancient greeting.
Tsakirmat, Miss Tess. I'm aware of how hectic the stall must be today, so I won't keep you long. I simply realized what a rare occasion it is to see you out in a crowd, so I thought I would take a moment to come and pay my respects to you. I hope you'll find some solace seeing a familiar face among the hustle and bustle.
Inspector of Weights and Measures. Okay. Does he carry around the original kilogram weight so everyone knows exactly what a kilogram is? Ana's eyes turned sharply away from Taylor, closely accompanied by the tip of her knife. The stag's head followed the motion, only to find the eerily immobile set of deer waiting by his side.
I understand the apprehension you feel towards my company, but I'm afraid these are the only escorts I can ever trust with my back anymore. It's a dangerous world out there for people like me. Speaking of which, where's your father? Has he considered my latest proposal? Or will I have to send any more of my people his way?
Ada didn't miss the way Ana's fingers clenched around the dagger she was sharpening. Distract him.
Holy whores! Check out that buck's grapevine, boss! It's gotta be the biggest tree I've seen in my life from root to branchlets. Darn! That shrub's worth a fortune, I'm telling you. And trust me, I'm Chanchurian born and raised. I know a thing or two about giant trees.
Ana didn't bat an eye at the interruption, while Taylor didn't even seem to hear him. Their bizarre staring contest remained strictly a two-person business. Ada never was one to give up so easily, however.
Yep, sure'd be nice if we could have a plant like that dragging our stuff around. Oh, it's a real shame the patron don't plan to bother showing up today. We could have tried to convince him together. Whoever buys that tree is gonna show the world he's a deer with class. Ain't that right, ain't it?
Ada needn't do anything more remarkable than put a hand on Aina's shoulder to make Taylor shoot a look in his direction at last. Yeah, but that wasn't a made-up word, Bird, so that one went over my head. I know about the encyclopedia, but that was not a highlighted word that we're currently talking about. It was but a brief glance, a glance best reserved for a slug crawling up your leg, a glance so scalding that it could make weeds wilt and crumble to dust within seconds. The kind of glance that would normally precede the untimely death of an elongated yellow stag. As Ada's luck would have it, however, recognition set in the merchant's gaze just at the right moment. An unsettling half-smile formed in his face instead.
Ah, yes. I remember you now. Geoff's little paramour. The oversized one-eyed fawn that wanted to be a knight. 1 Durandun for a full set of armor was what you requested, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope. Sir, I'd never dare say you're mistaken, but I doubly not dare say so when it comes to numbers. Imagine it. Poor farm boy could barely count trying to tell thee, Taylor, how money works. Darn, just thinking about it cracks me up.
Oh my gosh, Ada.
No, sir, I can't. I just can't believe for one moment the most famous loner in all the heirloom would be so kind to remember a dumb buck's dumb dreams, much less his ugly friggin' mug.
Of course. I never forget a face, no matter how weathered or insignificant. That'd be remiss of me.
Taylor nodded to himself thoughtfully, giving Ada a chance to discreetly crawl behind Aina. Despite the yellow stag's desperate inner pleas, Taylor's eyes soon shifted towards him again.
Forgive my curiosity. I just can't help but wonder. How can a country boy with ambitions as great as yours go on living, day after day, knowing he can't aspire to more than his deplorable life? Geoff can barely stay sober enough to feed himself, never mind someone twice his size. It must be exhausting, staying alive.
Oh, no, not at all. We manage. Sorta.
Taylor's soft features drew closer to Ada, but he barely even noticed. His only eye remained glued to Taylor's bodyguards.
It's not too late to consider the offer I made you back then. Let me put those deformed hands of yours to better use. I could give you the armor and the money to pay for it now, if you come work for me in the sewers. It won't be much worse than whatever the blind witch has you doing.
That's mighty kind of you, Mr. Taylor, but it's poor manners to consider job offers in front of your own boss.
You make a fair point. Perhaps once I've torn that red scab off our guild's back then. Aina?
Taylor finished his farewell with a bow, and thus left the moneylender at last, followed by the delayed rhythm of a calcareous? Look, I'm bimbo, okay? There's a lot of big words I don't know, and that's one of them. Calcareous march. Let's just go with that. Ada's body had somehow contorted into being nearly indistinguishable from Aina's at this point. He needed a few more seconds to fall out of that position.
Divine beeswax, I'm crawling out of my skin here. Who the hell you laughing at now, huh? That weirdo ain't no joke, you hear me? Last time I talked to him, it only took me shoving my hoof in my mouth half a second to swish, get a blade on my neck. And all I could see out of this eye was the creepy face of one of those golem...
Aina's ears perked up, though her gaze remained firmly locked on the blade.
No, yeah, of course you'd find it funny, Mistress Miss Tess. Paying my respect sure is a fancy way of saying he got the hots for you.
Ada barely avoided getting his liver punctured by an extremely flustered Aina. The hours passed by slowly and painfully. but they were completely ignored by any passerby. Well, actually, avoided rather than ignored. It was no surprise. The merchant, Ada's patron, and his mute daughter were two of the most despised people in the city. In spite of the incredible variety of antiquities and smithery that the merchant had for sale, no one ever bought a single thing. And there were plenty of reasons for that. Even Ada had some serious doubts about working for an old Bahan man whose fur was redder than blood, and an albino smith that insisted on dyeing her hair green. The fact that they worked independently from Heirloom's Traders Guild probably had something to do with it too. In any case, it was well after noon, and they hadn't done anything but sit around the whole day. Ada pressed his lips together and began drumming his fingers against the floor. He looked askance at Aina, hoping his subtle call for attention had stirred her curiosity, but there was no answer. He'd have to be the one to actually break the silence, as usual.
So, hey, Aina. I bet you're still wondering just what in the world could make a hard-working buck like this one get here so late this morning.
Aina stopped hitting the rock with the blade. She barely moved her eyes towards Ada.
Well, buckle up, because there's a whole story there. This gotta stay between you and I. But, this morning...
I'll tell the truth.
I saw a gazelle. Not any gazelle. No, ma'am. She was the fanciest gazelle girl I've ever seen. And there she was in the slums, strutting her hip-shaking, earthquaking, heart-melting butt.
Aina's inquisitive gaze suddenly made Ada very conscious of his own words and thoughts. Ada was most certainly not used to having her pay attention to him when he spoke.
Butt ugly face! So I just ran away because she was so awful. Ugh, yuck. Yeah.
Ada could feel how Aina's lilac eyes stared at his very soul, piercing a hole with a question that she meant to ask. Why, it was such an intense look that he felt flustered. With her
Hey,
usual...
Val, what do you think about some juice?
Thank you. I'll
Stop
have a drink.
slouching.
With her usual silent demeanour, Aina brought her two gloved hands in front of her face. She balled them both into a fist, raising just her index fingers, and she lifted them until they rested on her forehead like tiny horns.
Horns?
With a quick motion, she took her horns to her mouth, biting them.
I ain't no gosh darn friggin' horn eater, okay? I like does!
Horn eater. Slang used to refer to a male deer who shows interest in another male deer, especially one with big horns, a male or female gazelle, since they're both horned. The word is, in its origin, a lewd reference to the posture necessary for two male stags to partake in such an act, and its meaning expanded to cover gazelles as well as deer caravaneers extended the rumour that all gazelles were male in the first years of contact due to their horns. While not illegal in any way, they face heavy social stigma. Roebucks have a fame for being interested in gazelles, so they are particularly vocal on their dislike for horn eaters. The best way to define Aina's smile at that precise moment would be terrifyingly mean. While her bad temper was known and feared among the other merchants, it was unusual for her to be so acidic, especially towards Ada. Our dear boy couldn't help but notice this change, and he wasn't going to keep it to himself, of course.
You're acting real ugly, boss.
The smile on her face vanished, replaced instead by a grimace. In response to this affirmation, Aina merely shifted her gaze back to the blade and resumed her task, pretending she hadn't heard him. But if Ada was known for one thing, It was his incessant need to stick his nose in everyone's business.
What's wrong, Aina?
A wrinkle formed over her nose as she focused on keeping calm, but Ada didn't get the message.
Come on, don't just keep everything to yourself. You know there ain't a single thing in the whole of Nah you can't tell me.
No sooner he'd finished that sentence, Aina slammed the dagger that she was sharpening against the ground, effectively sinking its tip in it.
Right. I know there ain't a single thing you can tell me either. This is one of them metaphors things Gaff loves. He says that a hushed mouth ain't got nothing on an open heart.
Metaphors. Aina got up all of a sudden, her face red in anger. Ada was preparing himself mentally for the beating that he expected would ensue. But instead she just plopped down on the ground, sitting with her back against his. Our dear Buck was puzzled to say the least, but Aina didn't even make a sound. She just sat behind him, completely still and hidden from the public eye. Of course, the possibility of getting whacked in the head was now more real than ever, so Ada didn't even attempt to guess why she'd ever do that.
What was the patron thinking?
Well, he probably didn't expect you two to play, hide and seek in the stall.
Whoa. Large. Ada and Aina immediately jumped away from each other, doing their best attempt at looking half professional. A thunderous laugh resonated over the ruckus of the market.
Kilogram?
It's respectable Illigrab Buntalos to you, boy. But please, don't hold back on my account. I'll just look the other way. What?
And so appeared the man that was so red that it would seem that he'd stolen all the colour his daughter was lacking.
Patron!
Ah, so he gets the respectful treatment and I don't. I see how it is.
What's that salacious doll cop doing to my daughter now?
They're just strengthening their ties of friendship. Ah, or is this a budding love?
The merchant shook his cane, hitting Illigrab's twiggy leg with a loud thunk. The tree man just wiggled his mustache in response.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold up. We weren't doing anything, patron.
That's the problem, you cumberground! You lighter sack! You...
A coughing fit saved Ada from more old-timey insults which he could barely comprehend. Once he'd recovered, the merchant put his bearded face next to Ada's, resting the tip of his cane on Ada's chest. He opened his toothless mouth slowly, his breath reeking more like bleach than liquor.
You haven't sold a single thing, have you?
Now, that's hardly their fault, Red.
I'm sure this Yeltsin was just frolicking with my daughter as usual!
She's old enough to frolic as she pleases.
She hasn't even come of age yet!
Of course she hasn't. There's no way for her to pass that right.
Of course there is! She just needs to open her mouth and stop being an idiot!
The only idiot here is the one talking, patron. Aina's just mute.
I wish that rub off on you! And maybe you'd learn to keep your mouth shut when adults are talking!
But I did pass the coming of age right, sir! I got them adult horns and...
Shut up! Don't you have anything to say about this, insolent child? Aina?
She walked away while you two were arguing.
Then why didn't you say so sooner?
Oops.
Then why didn't you say so sooner, you overgrown sapling?
She looked like she needed it.
This is all your fault! And yours!
He stabbed Ada's nose with the tip of his finger.
What
That stupid child's been acting up since you first arrived!
Don't blame the poor boy. She's always had an attitude, and you know it.
I don't care! You two better go bugger off somewhere else, or I swear to Arab that I'll hit you so hard that you'll be cropping out your teeth for a week!
Both Ada and Illigrab winced at that.
Now hold up, what?
Come on, Adder! Those two clearly want some alone time. And he'll have plenty of that when I leave him tied to the pyre next time I find a mob outside the shop.
Illigrab took Ada by the cape and lifted him off the ground as they walked away. It didn't take Illigrab long to notice Ada's unusual reticence to speak. Saved.
Please, don't let Red's words affect you. He's, worse today. There's a storm coming from the west, and it's making us old people nervous.
Nah, the patron can preach and holler all he want. That don't bother me much. I mean, I don't cry anymore, at least. What he said to Aina, though? Now that's going 2 paces past the league too far. So what if she can't swear the oath thing? The 3 won't get mad at her for being mute. And anyway, Aina don't gotta pass no right. It ain't like she's getting married any day soon, right?
There. Got it all out of your system, boy?
You know what? All this stuff I'm saying means radish stew if I don't say it to her face. I gotta find her and make sure she's alright.
Illigrab didn't reply to that last affirmation. He placed Ada carefully on the ground and patted his cape to straighten it.
Well, in that case, I have to go back to keeping watch on the fair. So, this is where we say goodbye for today. Hey, I'll send someone to fetch you if I see her, okay?
Ada nodded resolutely. They waved goodbye to each other. Big stomp. And then the buck just stood there wondering where to start looking when the souk felt like half a league from gate to gate. Assuming she was still in the souk at all.
Finally! I thought that fluffy bastard was never leaving.
Geoff walked into the scene with a huge smile as the giant disappeared in the distance.
Afternoon, Mr. Bard.
Oh, lad, what a face.
Well, see, it's a long...
Ah, not a word. Thy mien speaketh clearer than thy tongue doeth. You're hungry.
Nah, I ain't in the mood to...
Well, I am. And I can't play a song when my stomach's growling a gazelle. Let's get some fried leaves.
Fried leaves?
Sorry, Bard. I ain't got time for any of that. I gotta go look for Aina. She just ran away angry as all get out, and I know darn well if I don't go check up on her, no one's gonna...
Oh, thank you,
Warbird
Warbird.
CEO of Freedom just tipped £9.
Thank you very much.
Can't donate 6.90, so this will have to do.
It's still nice, thank you very much. And I know you're a fan of this, I think you're the one who bought me this, so... I want to be nice about it, but try not to give anything away.
And
Especially
I thought
since
my
we've
songs were monothematic.
really only just started. Geoff picked the strings of his oud one by one, deep in thought, while Ada just paced around.
I
I'm
know
not upset.
just the place to look.
But we don't know anyone's orientation so far. We don't know anything, really, about anyone. Geoff expertly snuck through the crowds, moving with such ease that he seemed to be a little more than a shadow. Ada did his best to keep up with him, though that was hardly an easy task when he was one head taller than most other deer. The place Geoff was looking for wasn't in the plaza itself, surrounded by stalls and all their merchandise, but rather on one of the many alleys that led to the souk. The crowd there was bustling with life as well, but not quite in the same manner. They were all rowdy deer, pushing and cheering. A Khan Mai alley. Kanmei alleys were very different from the official sort. While killing was still very much frowned upon, there was no chivalry. No one set of rules. There was no way of knowing if the horns you were being gored with were hygienic. There were punches and kicks and all sorts of cheats. It was chaos. And for that and several other reasons, Aina was a huge fan of unofficial Kanmei. Is it Kanmei? Kanmai? I forget, because I think Ada said it once, and I've already forgotten how to pronounce it. Sadly, as much as Ada jumped and pushed and yelled, she wasn't anywhere to be found.
Alas, your fair maiden is in another alley.
Ada cast a long glance over the improvised battlegrounds, attempting to find her one last time.
That's too bad. Aina kicked some serious ass here.
Good thing she's not allowed to fight.
Yeah, ain't no way they're gonna let it go.
A golem at her.
Geoff cast a very serious look in his direction. This wasn't the first time they'd had this discussion, and it wouldn't be the last.
How many times do I gotta tell you? Aina is not a golem, Kay? She's a doe. It's just she's
Golem. Lifelike puppets created by Cephas during the Bahan Rebellion, built to carry specific tasks from serving tea to wreaking havoc, and resemble Icane with the sole intention to mock the deer. Tradition dictates that their frames are made of brass, porcelain, or marble, making the bulk of their body, an inner core made of rock crystal, and silk, furgrass, or real hair decorating their heads and tails. Upon purchase, they would bear the mark of the gazelle that had bought them, forsaking all connection to their creator. Most were destroyed during and after the Bahan Rebellion, so the ones that remain reach quite a high price among collectors.
I'll buy a bit of a weirdo.
Oh my god, Ada.
Weirdo. Right. Tell me, Adder dearest, how many albino does can you name off the top of your head that can lift your heavy butt with just one hand?
Aina! Now let's go! We gotta find her!
Why do I even bother? Look at her. Golem or not, she's just a little cabbage head hiding in the crowds of this enormous city. She's damn good at hiding. And do you know why people hide? Uh-huh.
'Cause they don't want to be found.
Geoff extended his arms towards him in a dramatic manner, remarking how correct he was.
You're not gonna find her. So why don't you go and use your thick skull for something useful, like bringing us money so we can have dinner for once?
Geoff pointed at the ring with his horns, and Ada knew better than to insist. With a heavy sigh, Ada nodded and began walking toward the ringmaster.
Ah, wait, there's just one more thing. Your bag of coins. You wouldn't want to lose what little we have to the hands of, say, some ill-intentioned crook, now would you?
Better the evil you know, right?
Geoff extended his hand a bit too keenly, waiting for Ada to find the purse he usually hid within his sash. But...
Whoa, Bard, you're really gonna bust a gut laughing.
Don't tell me you lost it.
Alrighty then.
Geoff's scrawny body trembled like a branch about to snap off.
Just go.
Oh dear.
All right. See that sweaty blackhead over there with the glistening fur and a charming smile? That's your foe. I'll go place my bet now. Are you feeling like a winner, ladder?
Charming? Oh, hold up! You mean the guy with them sharpened horns? Oh, darn, Bard. Your confidence in this poorly put together row is much appreciated, but as much as it hurts me, and it does, I think I'd rather go to bed hungry today.
What?
What if he hits me in the face? I don't want to go from Adder the one-eyed to Adder the no-eyed!
Then do enlighten me, my boy, on how in the name of the Hatsa do you pretend to become a knight if you can't handle even a rack pointed at you? No wonder you can't even catch a hint, yellow piece of mangy venison. Sorry about that.
What are you mumbling there, Goff?
I said I'm going to walk you through this. So, oh, help me 3 if you mess up.
Hey, let this dog win. And a girl, you sure eat your veggies. But all the sticks on your forehead, I can't fool anyone.
Oh dear.
If he's serious, this is gonna be easier than I thought.
Wait, there's a fight coming up! Holy horns, you have to tell me everything about it! What kind of fighting style did Adder use? Was it antler rattling? He was a rattler, right? Did he prefer grappling or thrusting? Or was he more of a brawler instead? Swish, swish, bam! Pushing them right in the... Wait, did they even have any hand reps his size?
Give me a moment. I think I have to sneeze. What were any of those words? I don't really know the rules of Kame. I thought you just had to hit people until they fainted. Oh god, nothing I can come up with is going to live up to our expectations. I can't deal with the pressure. Ah! You said you knew the knight like the palm of your hand, didn't you? The new bearer of a tale of this magnitude should be able to pen a memorable fight scene all on their own, if that's the case. Prove you're worthy of your name, Lynn.
Oh my god, you're right! Yes, this is my moment to shine! Leave it to me!
Yes, good. I shall go and leave you to it, so as to not influence you.
Let's see, what would the knight do? Right! He needed a few tips first. So Gyoff took Adder aside and held him under his arm. He said, Adder, mine lad, 'tis a dangerous fight that awaits us. But if not in the strength of thy body, I believeth in the strength of thine heart. What with thee saith is the greatest feat a fighter should at each moment striveth for. Well, diggity yee-haw, Bard! What a tootin', rootin', mighty fine question that is. Adder nodded thoughtfully to himself and then continued, I reckon that would be...
She's pretending to be him. She's got the wrong eye covered. Honor.
Honor, as expected of a knight, dearest friend. Thou shalt be a rattler then. Ah, honorable style amongst honorable styles. The way our ancestors squareth, where two deer shalt proveth the might of their horns rather than that of their mind. But hoy, Bard! Yelped Adder. Mine horns are so teeny tiny. Gyoff smirked. This is where your strength lieth, mine Adder. There is an advantage to short horns, thou see. No one shalt be able to lock their horns around yours to grapple thee to the ground. Your advice is ne'er unwise, Gyoff. This is why I love you so daringly dearly.
Oh dear.
Adder, you beautiful boar. Everyone will find out if thou keepeth talking so loud. We mustn't. Let the whole world bask in the warmth of our passion. Oh, Adder. Smooch, smooch, smoochy, smooch.
Lynn, how's that scene going?
It's going.
Adder found himself alone at last, his dearest friend lost to the blurry tides of people surrounding the ring. Veins were starting to pop in his eye, making it even harder to see anything except the stag waiting in front of him. The deer with sharp horns smirked in his drunken haze, clearly looking down on Adder. It wasn't the first time someone pitied him, and lived to regret it, as the drunkard would soon learn. The ringmaster looked left and right, making sure that both fighters knew what they were about to get into. He lifted his hand carefully as he stepped back, and then, "Go!" he screamed with a hand chop. This was no time to hesitate. Both the roe and his opponent rushed toward each other headfirst, heeding the scream of an ancient instinct that boiled in their bloods. Every voice in the alley fell silent once the deer slammed into each other, horns singing a threatening melody as they rattled fiercely in a never-ending battle for dominance. The tension could be cut with a knife as their foreheads pushed against each other, but Goff's advice proved unerring indeed. As much as he tried, the bigger deer could not intertwine his antlers around Ada's short, straight ones. Now what? The answer was clear, of course. A barrage of swift punches to the other deer's face would have sent his brain bouncing all over his skull. It would have been an obvious choice, to anyone with deer-sized hens, to any honourless ruffian. Refusing to even consider such lowly tactics, our hero decided to take the moral high ground. And the physical, too. Tired of this pointless dance, the deer pushed Ada back with a swift head movement. Before Ada had a chance to react, his foe slammed his head just below the roe's chest, knocking all the air out of him and lifting him right off the ground with ease. Ada flailed his one free arm and legs most valiantly, but there was little he could do in such a compromising position, worn out as he was after trying to uphold his honor as a brave warrior with such a direct approach. And crack. I could not tell if that was the sound of Ada's neck or Ada's teeth, as his face hit the ground at full speed. But little did that matter, for nothing lay more broken than his dreams. Oh, you're dead to everyone. Think it over. After such a shameful defeat, the writer decided to take a page from Ada's book, literally. She began writing these words as a means to stall her own anxiety, as she tried to understand how she managed to dig herself into such a narrative hole. She had certainly made a mistake somewhere. It was obvious to her prodigious mind that a boy so preoccupied with doing what was good and true and right would hardly be willing to do whatever it took to stand victorious and carve a space for himself in the annals of history. Our wonderful narrator started to realize that, perhaps, she had misunderstood something about Ada, for she could picture no scenario where a well-meaning and upstanding street fighter could ever get past his first night in Slender District. Umalindibili of Askedaz, true descendant of the Night, decided to revisit her decision, thinking more deeply about what kinds of priorities her ancestor would have. Victory.
Ah, so thou art a brawler, dearest friend. I have indeed taughteth you well. There is no honor in death. If thine horns will not aid you in battle, use those hands the gods gave you. Pummel them to the ground. Thou shalt win this fight and prevail until the next. But hoy, Bard! Yelped Adder. Mine hands are so bogglingly big! Yuff smirked. All the better to swat their faces away. If they trieth to thrust towards thee with their large horns, thou shalt only need to slap them into the ground. Stand victorious over those who would hurt you, mine Adder.
And then they smooched again, but quietly. Adder found himself alone at last. His dear... Yeah, okay, that's the same dialogue. So I guess, wait. The towering deer charged towards Ada like a runaway fur, horns lined and ready to slam into him with the full force of a Makadar stampede, but the roe didn't move a single muscle. Ada merely waited, silencing all the voices that screamed at him to run and die. He didn't even assume the step rider stance. He just waited, closing his eyes lest the sight of his incoming enemy would betray his nerve. And when the time was right... grapple him. Ada opened his arms wide, mentally prepared and ready for the incoming attack. Or so he thought. The deer slammed his head into Ada's stomach, nearly sending him to the ground with a single well-placed blow. But when all seemed lost, Ada managed to stand his ground, rapidly holding onto his foe's horns. Ada's foe smirked. By the time our hero realized he had fallen into a trap, his whole body was hovering several arms over the ground. The carrot strikes back. What a foul move. He would have turned Ada into a strainer if the yellow deer had had a single bite's worth of meat in his body. Indeed, this Ada was nothing more than a hungry fawn who wanted nothing more than to go back home and hide. His life was a constant fight to find mere scraps, and yet this boy would become one day the greatest knight that Akazor has ever known. But to reach the heights that awaited him, he had to live another day. Surviving isn't always the most honourable path, but it's the path we choose in this house. At first there was silence, then roaring laughter and trotes and jeers. The drunk deer needed a moment to realise they were being directed at him. He reached down to pull up his pants as best he could, hastily hurling Ada away after his dirty trick. Still holding his foe's belt, Ada fell on his massive hands, barely managing to keep his head over the ground to avoid a shameful defeat after he'd already stooped so low. His foe was distracted. What now? Taunt. Well aware of the direness of his situation and the nullness of his pride, Ada decided that if he had nothing to lose anymore, he may as well go down in flames. Our protagonist called out to his opponent, loudly mocking him as he jumped from hand to hand, making a fool out of both. The drunk deer turned around, red in shame and fury. He swore, enraged, and charged toward Ada once more, overlooking the tiny little fact that his pants were still down. The whole alley watched in silence as Ada's foe fell obstreperously to the ground, butt out and everything. Our protagonist stared blankly ahead as he got up, his expression as unreadable as that of the public. It was pretty clear that this was a victory of sorts. Yeah, but no one was saying anything. After a few uncomfortable harumphs, the ringmaster scratched the back of his head, looked around vehemently, and then proceeded to kindly pull up the drunkard's pants before screaming, "Down!" And so Ada emerged victorious, winning the fight on his own terms, questionable and messy as they may be, and living to see another day. Wait, so he wins?
Of course he wins. He's the knight, you doof.
Right. Never mind then. Well done, Lynn.
I'm pretty great, yes.
Now, what's this torn page you're trying to hide behind your back?
Wait, don't!
So, anyway...
Oh, I can't believe it! Still alive and kicking! Come on, show me the money, Bard! I want to bite every single coin!
I completely forgot to place the bet.
Oh. Geoff covered his face with his hands, making some sort of unintelligible noise that can only be described as the very sound of anguish.
Hey, Big Ed, I want to learn some tips too. I'll buy you dinner.
Hey now, sir! You really think you're gonna steal my manager away, so...
Geoff shut Ada's snout with one hand.
My dear boy, you sure gave it all today, so why don't you go and enjoy what's left of the fair? I have a gig in the tavern later. Money, yes. Don't expect me tonight.
With that, Geoff hurriedly shooed a very confused Ada away. Our protagonist wandered back toward the increasingly empty and silent plaza, unsure of where he was headed next. His victory had been but a brief rush against mediocrity, and now that he was alone, his mind sought the comfort of a familiar place, a seething pit in his chest. No, he had no business there. Ada had spent enough nights hungry and alone to learn to eat his emotions for dinner, but still, his stomach protested, demanding to know when their next real meal would arrive. I'll see you in a bit, bird. He could only walk a little farther to chase those thoughts away. No matter how resilient he was, he would eventually get tired and stagger his way back home, fall asleep in his little corner, dream a sleepless dream, and wake up to a drunk Geoff crashing in. He'd head off to work and Aina would get him some food. That's right. He held no doubt in his heart that his boss would come back. What had he made such a fuss for? Aina had never missed a single day of work in the whole year he'd been working for her. And anyway, she was way stronger than him. What could he do? He had no reason to say grand words or worry like he did. He never had. The sparse groups of citizens and visitors all around him still celebrated this blessed day. Dances and melodies and pastries a drifter from down yonder the steps would never be allowed to take part in. This was just another empty day in the life of Hayseed, son of Gerfaz. An abrupt lapse of lucidity made Ada turn his head away from his hooves at last. His ears perked up and his fur stood on end as he tried to make sense of the careless trip he'd just taken. The music was deafening all around him, the crowd untraversable. He didn't know how far he'd walked or how he'd managed to make some space for himself, but it was obvious now that he had stumbled into some sort of performance. A stage where the whole city would be looking. What a dream. But a remote voice in the back of his thoughts told him that he didn't have time to find out what kind of show could attract such a crowd. That was not where he was supposed to be. He knew his gut hadn't been lying to him when he caught sight of a small flickering light coming from a discreet tent around which the crowd seemed to be oddly absent. His eye wouldn't budge away from that curious flame shining in the dark. He sensed its offer, warm and loud. Ada didn't even consider for 1 second that he may have been too hungry to think straight. He ignored all the warnings common sense would have taught him, and marched straight into the tent. Dusk was still a ways off, but it may have well as been midnight inside. Ada combed the darkness desperately, startled by the sudden change in illumination. Sweet, frightful clarity once more. What in the name of the Hatset was I thinking? He pondered in breathless silence as his mind started conjuring bandits, assassins, and monsters, ready to tear his cape into pieces and fashion toothpicks out of his horns for having been so reckless. But he didn't get to fret long, as his fears were interrupted by the birth of a flame in the corner of his sight. Its flare grew with unmeasured force, blinding him for a moment. He struggled to regain his vision, fearing those foes that only lived in his mind, foes he wouldn't face today either. Bathing in the light of an orb that was filled with fire, shaded in ways that made no sense whatsoever, awaited a silhouette. A very recognizable silhouette.
Took you long enough.
Of course it was her.
Yes, not a living!
And all of a sudden, Ada wished he'd found a bandit instead. At least he would have felt justified in the terror that rooted his feet so firmly to the ground then. The boy remained immobile, eye fixed on the woman in front of him, following the million glitters the ruby necklace hanging from her neck reflected all over, dragging his attention right back to the extravagant spread of a finely woven silks, so carelessly tousled? God, I'm not having a good day with words today, am I? On her hair. Hayseed was never much of an analytical boy in his day-to-day, but he became quite the sleuth when it came to attempting to pinpoint the line of work a dress revealed. And without revealing nearly a single thing, this one managed to have him at a complete loss. It was a pressing question he might have been too polite to ask, had the lump in his throat not taken care of that issue for him.
Don't just stand there. Take a seat.
I don't know. I've been sitting on my tail all day, and I got places to go, and I don't usually share tents with ladies, and...
Judging by her glare, she wasn't going to take no for an answer.
What am I saying? It'd have been mighty ugly of me to reject an invitation.
Ada did as asked and sat down on one of the many pillows laying around. Pretending to be crazy, escaping, begging the gods for mercy, breaking down and claiming that he wasn't, in fact, a horn-eater, that this was just a mistake and he shouldn't be there. Ada's mind was bustling with ways of getting out of that situation. So of course, whenever his mind was busy, his mouth was free to speak as it pleased.
Hi.
He spoke with a voice more akin to that of a fawn whose antlers are just beginning to sprout than that of a fully grown deer. Introduce yourself. I don't think you managed to do that last time.
I'm Anderson, son of Gerfath, the buck who farms the highest hill in my village, Ravina Olis. So, here and there, just about everywhere, folks know me as Adder, of the upper field.
That's nice.
Ain't it? It better be, because it's a lie, ma'am. They call me Long Neck Short Horns, or Adder Shovel Hands, or sometimes even Adder Shoe Face.
A mocking chuckle stabbed Ada's heart. Feeling even more self-conscious than he thought he was capable of, he held onto his hooves and fixed his gaze on the ground, screaming inside as his face burned.
So it wasn't the contusion after all, huh? You're just like that.
Oof.
Like what now?
Funny.
Oh, okay. No, okay. That's all right.
Funny? Me? Not one bit, ma'am. I ain't got a funny bone in my body. Doc and I ain't ever seen worse jokes than Adder scenes. Hold up. Didn't that sound like a poem just now? Well, darn. A poem ain't nothing but a dull song, Mr. Bard always says so. I'd hate to bore a fine lady such as yourself, so I better get...
On the contrary, I'm looking forward to your next bout of unsolicited poetry. Would you define any other parts of me as too much?
Yassif took her thumb to the outer curve of her left horn, tracing it in a slow, deliberate motion.
I don't see what horns got to do with anything here.
I didn't say anything.
I didn't say you said I said it. But I don't know what you're thinking I'm scared of. Want me to say you're pretty again? Because I could just say that. I mean, you're gorgeous, you see? That's no skin off my back.
So you really meant my beauty?
Ma'am!
It's okay. Leave your secret with me. I won't tell. After all, everyone thinks the same about Jasif in private.
But it's Jasif. I swear someone didn't pronounce the J last time. Jasif. I mean, it's your name. You probably know it better than most. Jasif. Jasif. Gotta stick it in my head. Ada couldn't help thinking that maybe Jasif thought a bit too highly about Jasif if she used Jasif when talking about Jasif. Okay, now it's just rubbing it in. As if the game knew I was pronouncing it wrong.
Valerie, it's time to hydrate.
Stop
Thank
slouching.
But he made a point not to say that out loud, since the situation was already bad enough as it was.
I'll take your word for it, ma'am.
A deep silence filled the tent. Ada cursed his luck and his good manners. He wanted to run away and hide, fearing that otherwise he'd commit a big mistake. The kind of mistake that would get him called a horn-eater for the rest of his life.
Well then, it was sure nice to see you again, but...
Would you like to know your fortune?
Ada turned on his heel, desperate to find out if her offer was indeed true. There was nothing that betrayed a lie in her words, nor in her eyes.
Whoa! You're one of those gazelle fortune tellers? For real?
Let's just say they looked rather different back in Ada's town.
Well, slap my head and call me silly. I got you pegged all wrong, man. Darn right I'd love to hear it. Oh, hold up. I lost my bag of coins. I ain't got a single Doro on me, so...
Something flew into the ground right beside Ada's foot.
My bag?
You dropped it right after you crashed the first time. I meant to give it back, but since you were so bent on running through that wall...
You didn't steal from it, did you?
Steal what? It's just filled with rivets.
Aha! That means you opened it!
So much for wanting to see you again. That was all. You can go now if you want.
A punch to the gut would have hurt Ada infinitely less than her words. What am I doing? He thought to himself, biting the inside of his cheek. No mere thief would have returned his bag, and sad as that was, no other person had ever gone so far for him. And so he sat down once more, looking at the finely yet peculiarly dressed woman in front of him with a mix of embarrassment, naivety, and just plain fear.
I don't suppose you accept rivets as payment.
That would depend on what you're paying for.
Getting my fortune told?
Just keep them.
Jasif rested her arms over the crystal orb, leaning closer to Ada.
All right! Can you look into the ball thing and tell me how my ma and pa are doing? Did any of my little bros get married yet?
That's cute, but it's a reading glass, not a magic mirror.
Right. How about the weather? Can you give them good harvests?
Take your prayers to the temple.
Oh, darn, that won't do either. All right.
Oops. Oh, god damn it.
Oh, darn,
Keeps
that won't
slipping
do
on
either.
my mouse.
Alrighty then, how about me? What do you see in this buck's future?
Your future? Why would you want to know anything about that? Life would be boring if you knew it waits around every corner. I'll read your past and justify your present.
But I already know those things.
I don't.
Ada was quite set on asking what she meant, but his brain shut down operations completely as the girl oh so casually decided to shuffle closer to him, a little lighter now around the shoulders without the cape weighing her down.
For example, we could talk about why you did what you did for me then, and figure out what I could do to return the favor now.
Her blue eyes spoke like an insinuating whisper. Her fingers walked over the cobblestone ground and headed toward Ada's own hands as her face got ever so close.
I gotta insist, ma'am, that you definitely got the wrong bucket. But even if I ever did anything nice for you in my life, a simple thanks is more than enough payment.
I guess you could use a reminder too.
The soothsayer made no attempt to conceal her disappointment, much like no one ever made any attempt to explain to her what coming on too strong means. With apparent tedium, she grabbed the crystal orb and put it right between her face and Ada's. This time, she had no more pretensions than merely watching him.
Oh fire, tell me the secrets in the... Yada yada, stuff in Bazaktet. I don't feel like switching languages now.
Her complete lack of professionalism made Ada feel, for once, at ease. After all, what would he do if he was indeed in front of a Sephi, one of those heinous Bahan wizards from far back in time? Cry? Beg? Try to escape? Wait, those were things he'd already thought of doing. As Ada was considering the subtle differences in the fears he felt when talking to a girl, and imagining being burnt to a crisp by a witch, she watched him. And she kept watching. And then she watched some more. The gazelle lifted her head from behind the glass as she squinted her eyes into fine lines. Whatever she was looking for, she couldn't find, but she still ducked behind the orb once more, hoping to reach some kind of conclusion. Focused with such intensity that her eyebrows could have split her forehead in two, and she wouldn't have noticed, Jasif pressed her mouth to one side, wiggled her nose, and opened her eyes so wide at him that Ada couldn't help but laugh.
Shush! It's easier with two.
She mumbled the last part to herself, but Ada was sure that she'd said eyes.
Oh, what's that? You ain't never done it with a one-eyed deer before?
Ada pressed his lips together like he wanted to make them disappear. Jasif merely rose an eyebrow. His accidental innuendo made him begin shaking from horns to hooves once more.
Screw this.
She pushed the orb away with an exasperated sigh. Before Ada knew what was going on, his face was in her hands and her face right in front of his.
I need to find out if it was you after all. Stay still.
A drum beat in his ears, though it was Ada's heartbeat as she stared at him so intently. There was a lump in his throat. He did his best not to tremble. His eye began feeling heavy, though he tried to hold her gaze. She was muttering something. Words about his past, but her voice became obscured by the noise of the bells, the crackling of the fire, the sound of her own eyelashes batting against each other.
It's really too sodding late to be dealing with pests like you. And yet, here we are, wasting my time and yours.
Hey! What's that supposed to...
Ada's complaint vanished at spear point. 2 guards had replaced the gazelle, one old and complacent, and one young, eager, and inches away from stabbing his nose.
Just who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
That was Jasif's voice. But as much as he tried to find her, Ada couldn't see her. In fact, he couldn't even move at all.
What? Ugh, I won't fall for your bar and mind tricks, gazelle. I don't care if you're Jaseed or a Jasood. Only nobles are allowed to walk the royal pathway. No exceptions!
Ada felt a lump in his throat as he unwillingly looked over the railings that he was leaning against.
I don't suppose you expect me to jump off the bridge.
The younger guard opened his mouth to reply, but his partner cut in line.
Can't you see that you're scaring her, you dimwit? Take a step back!
What? But she's trespassing!
The younger guard got smacked in the head for his efforts.
Settle down, boy! You forgot to clean your ears this morning or what? She said she's Jasif. Jasif! This girl's far more than nobility, see? She's a queen. The queen of the desert rose, no less. Now that's what I call a fancy title.
Call it whatever you please. It won't change the fact I am the one and only Jasif, and you are a dear with good taste. You must have heard my name in 100 whispers. So, just imagine how terribly worried Miss Rochelle will be if her favorite girl doesn't make it home before dawn.
Liar! There's no way the Desert Rose would have someone like you! Your kin shouldn't even be outside after curfew!
My kin? You mean gazelles who could buy your whole street?
So much for the open-minded youth. Forgive this fool, your majesty. He's so uptight I think he sat on his spear. I'm sure you know his kin. A fawn like him wouldn't know royalty if it spat in his face. He's got a point, though. Any gazelle could sneak up here and say she's a queen because she's the daughter of a goat with a bald spot on her head. You understand, right? We can't just take your word for it. Nothing personal, of course, it's just common sense. Here's a thought. Why don't you sway us with a little dance? I'm sure that Jasif would do anything for her subjects.
What are you saying, you numbskull? We're on duty, and she's not even a... Ugh, three's sake! We should just drag her to the dungeon and end this nonsense!
Yeah, spare me the lecture, kid. Hey, do one of those bar and dance things. That'll shut him right up. You know, the one with the fire and the bells and the...
The older guard cupped his chest and pretended to dance as he cackled, much to the revulsion of everyone involved. Ada could feel the tip of his tongue scraping against his teeth, far smaller and more well-aligned than he ever remembered them being. His patience was growing worryingly thin.
I could dance for you, if you don't mind having an early cremation.
Huh? Was that a threat just now?
Not at all. I'm just pointing out that I'm not dressed for the occasion. It would be a pity if your face was to catch fire and your skin burst into flames, turning your bones to charcoal inside your blazing corpse while your ashes moldered up here.
Wow, wonderful.
Just because I didn't have a fireproof shirt.
Right. Well, it doesn't look like you have any other way to prove your words, Your Majesty.
I suppose I don't, but I bet my good friend Illigrab could find a way to prove them for me.
And walk you all the way across the city on the off chance we find that fidget arse of a tree sitting at his desk? We don't get paid that much, little lady.
A victorious smile crossed Ada's face, an opening at last.
Ah, I understand now. A discount isn't even remotely enough to cover the entrance cost of the Desert Rose on a poor, hard-working guard's salary. And that's not even adding the price of my performances.
The old guard's eyes shot open as he felt a few coins slipping into his hand.
Don't worry. I'm sure there's some places down the street that are better suited to your taste.
He remained transfixed by the money a moment longer, until something seemed to click in his head all of a sudden.
Who do you take me for, scamp? We are honor-bound city guards. We won't get buffed by the likes of you.
Ugh, what? Come on! This was more than enough last time. Why isn't it working now?
The guards didn't react to that sentence at all. It was like they hadn't heard her when Jessif's voice sounded loud and clear in Ada's ears. That thought passed as soon as it came. The quick, anxious looks the old guard was directing at his partner became the new focus of Ada's attention. The moment they locked eyes, the answer he'd been looking for became evident.
Of course. I should have noticed sooner. He's a new recruit, isn't he? Look at him. So eager and uptight. So focused on proving his worth to the captain. So predictable. You couldn't possibly trust someone like him with a bribe. He's too different from your old partner. But you couldn't trust that one either, could you? No, he knew too much. And he wasn't half as jaded as you are. His heart wasn't really in it. Aha, I see. You had a feeling he would end up going after you. So, you sold him out first. That's why he's here.
How did you?
What? So she's telling the truth? You take bribes?
No, well, maybe if it's enough. I mean, come on. It's just a God's damned bridge. What's it matter if we let rich people in at this point? They're no different from nobles. But I swear, I'd never gotten money from this. No, I'd never even seen this. Gazelle?
The guard's face contorted into a deeply wrinkled scowl. He looked beyond confused, lost. The song was reaching its final notes.
Aw, looks like your friend has a bad case of guilty conscience. That's okay. I'm no one to judge. Just let me go this time. I promise I'll be a good girl and head straight home. You won't even know I've been here.
Ada started to walk, a little spring on his step as something he barely recognized as his tail wagged behind him. He felt above the moon, completely drunk from this power trip, but he was far from safe still. A strong hand clasped Ada's wrist tightly. This told him all he needed to know. That this body wasn't his body, and this mind wasn't his mind.
But who else could it have been? You are the Jessif, aren't you? You really could buy this whole street if you wanted. It was you! It was you all along! What did you do to me?
I only gave you money.
You gave me cursed money! No! You cast a spell on me!
What in the world are you rambling about now? You sound like a madman!
Yeah, that's right. I have gone mad. It's not my fault. I'm not really a crook. She's a Sephi. She must have charmed me to do all those bad things. We're on to you, witch. Confess!
Every last fibre of her body was screaming at her to run. Jessif knew each and every corner of the royal pathway. She could have just hidden somewhere or outran two guards wearing heavy armor. That was the correct option. It was obvious to her. But that was not the choice she made. She pulled close to him and moved a smirk toward his ear instead.
I wouldn't waste any magic on you.
There wasn't any trace of fear in Jessif's mind as the guard grabbed her collar and pushed her against the railing. Not a speckle of resignation. It wasn't bravery either. There was nothing but anticipation. Ada didn't know the name of the eerie warmth that was creeping onto her chest as he watched the tip of his spear turn towards him in a slow motion. He had never felt anything quite so peaceful and thrilling before. But to her, this lost battle seemed to be worth as much as a victory. After all, she'd been playing with fire her whole life. Getting burnt was an eventuality she'd been ready to accept for years. She was tired of making choices. Fractions of a second before the end of her life could be sentenced, a scream shook the night.
Get your mitts off her, you creep!
Everyone turned around to look at the idiot yelling all the way down on the ground.
Think you can just bother a lass because she looks good enough for second helpings and then dessert? Well, you can't, all right? That's radish stew, and you'd make your ma cry if they knew. Let her go!
Ada had, most certainly, gone crazy.
What the? Oh, get lost, Sanford! This is official city business! It's got nothing to do with you!
City business, my ass! You're holding a gal up against the wall! I ain't got nothing to do with it, but it's still got everything to do with me! If it's so official, I'm gonna scream till the whole city wakes up and sees this!
No, you're not! Do something, rookie! Get rid of that drunkard!
What, you want me to throw my spear at some poor horn-eater now?
Who are you calling a horn-eater? Just hold up there!
Ada, the pudgy version of Ada that is, wasn't concerned with matters such as his complete lack of grace, agility, or strength. Moved by his sense of justice, he began climbing the column that led to the royal pathway. Of course, he never made it.
Hey! Are you still alive? Horn-eater!
Aw, poor kid. We can't just leave him to die all on his own. Guess he'll be jumping off the bridge yet, witch.
Puzzling as the scene was, Jasif realized she didn't have another second to lose. With the guard's hand still firmly wrapped around her collar and pushing her back, Jasif threw all her weight on one leg, using her tail as leverage to complete a practiced spin that ended with her knee sinking deep between the deer's legs. He immediately dropped to the ground, but it wasn't quite enough to knock him out.
You little...
That's enough. Let's go.
But she kicked me! And she's a witch! She's...
I have no clue what this gazelle is or what she's not, but I can tell just fine what you are. I'm not leaving you another second with her. Get that old ass back to the barracks or I'm telling Illigrab what you just did!
It was the older guard's turn to go pale. He lowered his helmet and began limping in the other direction. The younger guard, however, stood in front of her a moment longer.
You! Go home and don't let me catch you up here again!
Jasif only allowed herself to breathe easy again once both guards had disappeared from sight. Pride filled her lungs faster than air.
Good riddance.
She wasn't quite out of the woods yet, but she decided to savor this victory, a moment of peace, which Jasif took to look over the railings one last time. Her wannabe saviour now lay unconscious on the ground after hitting his head during the fall. And, in spite of how miserable the scene was, Ada could feel a smile forming on her face. He finally understood that, crazy or not, he was seeing what she was seeing, the way she saw it.
Did I scare him good?
Huh? You're awake? How in the name of oblivion can you be conscious after a fall like that? You must be at least 5 stories high. Were we even trying to... No. That doesn't matter now. Are you hurt? Should I call a doctor?
Are you alright, ma'am?
No, I'm not hurt. So, yes, that was nothing. I'm fine, thank you.
And that's all this buck needs to feel fit as a fiddle.
What? No, I'm rather certain that's not how bodies work.
Oh, no, ma'am. You're thinking normal deer. I'm something else entirely.
Drunk is what you must be.
I sure hope not. Would be a real shame if some barrel fever ruined the memory of your pretty face.
It wouldn't make much of a difference either way.
What was that, ma'am?
Cad! You are a cad! Does this look like a good time to be flirting to you?
A distant yell bounced through the columns, nearly sending Jasif's heart straight out of her chest.
Don't know about flirting, but it sure looks like a good time to get walking.
Then get up and walk! I can't just leave you to your fate now!
No, you ain't. You ain't leaving no one, ma'am. Slum dwellers like me come a door a dozen. I'll just play dead for a while and see if I could spend the night in the morgue.
More patrols were surely drawing closer by the minute, demanding she made a choice pronto.
This doesn't end here, understood? I will make it up to you somehow, so don't you dare die until then. Promise you won't forget it.
Whoa, wait, hold up. Who am I supposed to look for? I didn't even catch your...
Neither Ada understood why she chose to run then, but she ran. She ran before that pitiful buck lying on the ground could finish voicing his request, pretending she hadn't heard him. But the answer she didn't give to the question he couldn't ask lingered a little longer in the space between old hopes and illusions, a sight that Ada found too engrossing to realize he was being left behind. Now, the gazelle was far out of his reach, and with every step he felt her slipping away from his grasp a little further. He tried to keep up, but his legs wouldn't respond if it wasn't to her command. He tried to breathe, but he wasn't the master of his own lungs. His sight went dark and his ears turned deaf, a violent torrent of foreign thoughts clobbering his brain as his mind dissolved back into the never. And as suddenly as he'd left, he found himself, one-eyed, famished, and back in the tent. Indeed, this had to be him. The same gazelle was still breathing over his snout, blue eyes fixed on him with the intensity of a burning sun. But who cares about having the greatest beauty they've seen in their life all over their body? Not Ada anymore, no. A million questions filled his mind. Was that the real life? Was it just fantasy? Caught in a landslide? Were any more of his memories slipping through the many cracks in his flogged skull? Or had starvation finally started to take a toll upon his very brain? As was usually the case, however, his lips refused to wait for a finished script. They raced past Ada's mind, offering an answer to the only question he had never even asked.
Sep?
This word, so short and unassuming, seemed to awaken something in a girl that Ada was almost too dazed to recognize. He couldn't tell yet why her ears perked up, or why his gaze was immediately drawn to her horns and the beautiful mass of red locks she was desperately pulling behind them. Disconcert washed away all conceit from her expression. It took away all the mesmerizing superiority from her eyes. Yes, she looked honestly and utterly tiny for a moment. Scared.
Where did you hear that?
Where did I... Oh! Ma'am, you're okay! You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I heard you say it just now. But not now. It was a long time ago. I was under Hirup's statue. I mean, you were, but I was you and not me because I was trying to save you, but I fell on my face and those guards laughed at me and... just how the hell did I forget any of this? Why can't I remember?
You're a gaze reader.
Anger hit her like a wave as the shock disappeared.
Why didn't you say so? Get away from me!
The fire in the orb began flickering erratically, casting disturbing shadows all over the tent.
Whoa, what's going on? What in the name of Atsa did I do now? Was I supposed to say something? Thank you. That's the magic word?
Do you seriously expect me to believe that you...
Hold on.
Val,
Simp?
stop.
It was Simp, wasn't it?
Have a drink.
Oh crap, I slept because Lady Young Gazelle speak, didn't I?
She looked at him with skepticism, her eyes squinted with barely concealed anger. She was clearly sizing him up.
No. You really don't have a clue of what you just did, do you?
Ma'am, if I ever got a clue in my life, it wasn't today. I'm just glad you're all right and that guard is in the dungeon or dead or something.
Her expression relaxed just a little as she considered Ada's words. Our poor boy had more than enough trying to get some air into his lungs.
Then you're telling me that you're a natural gaze reader? Do you even understand what this means?
Do I have to say yes or no to get out of here alive?
Ada was pretty sure that he had made a perfectly legitimate question in regards to his survival, and this was no joking matter. But he was thankful all the same when a small chuckle erased all the tension from the gazelle's face. He didn't feel any less confused about this whole ordeal, however.
Think of it this way. I tried to sneak a glance into your past through a tiny keyhole, while you just barged into mine through a door I didn't bother closing. That's on me, yes. I didn't even consider for a second I'd need to keep my guard up around you. But to casually stumble upon the basics of Cepheid, just like that, innately, it's something unheard of among the Akain.
Yeah?
I guess it's true what they say about yellow deer. You must have Barhan blood.
Ada would have normally disputed the last affirmation. Roe deer took pride in being real deer. No gazelle blood at all. Nope. 100% deer with does that don't have horns. But this was clearly not the moment nor the company to say that.
In Sirnar, please.
You read my mind.
Say what? I think I'm not the funny one here, Missy.
The gazelle seemed way too amused with this development.
No, it makes so much sense. I was wondering why you spent so much time looking at my face. Hear me out. I'm sure you've always been really good at getting people's feelings. But not smart enough to actually understand them. You're like some kind of savant hick. That's hilarious.
A wrinkle formed over Ada's snout. That was quite enough.
My name is Adder, not Hick, Miss Sepp. Now why'd you go hiding such a cute little name, I wonder?
Her face went back to being a little more than a pretension of grandeur, but she held the fire close to her. She didn't look all that different from a child hugging her blanket, soothed by the rhythm of the bells she wore.
It's just a stupid nickname someone gave me. I hadn't heard it in years. They call me Jasif now.
Jasif. As that disgusting guard well said, that was no average name, and much less for a Bahan.
Ain't that something like Queen in Gazelle speak?
Bazaktet. And yes, that's a valid translation. Do you have any qualms about it?
Ada did not have any qualms per se, nor any remote idea what that word meant to begin with, but he certainly had opinions on her supposed royalty. No, my queen!
No, that's cool, Yasif. Did I say that right? I mean, if you need people calling you Queen to be happy,
I don't need to be called anything to...
Ada didn't mean anything with that, but he'd somehow managed to say something rude all the same. She didn't finish the sentence, deciding instead to just look away.
Are you all right?
She turned her face sharply towards his. There was something different in the way she was looking at him.
Adder, right?
That's me.
He took a hand to his heart and bowed his head as an instinctive greeting, accidentally clashing his horns against hers. He was surprised to find out that somehow that was a lot less gross than he thought it'd be. And he didn't know how to feel about this appreciation.
Didn't you want to know your future? Then listen closely.
She put her mouth right next to his ear and whispered,
You're coming with me tonight.
Where?
You really are one of a kind. Come to the Desert Rose when the lights are all out. My room is on the first floor, but climbing there should be easier than climbing the bridge at the very least.
Wait, climb? Room? There you go saying weird stuff again. I'm not a thief, and I'm not a hoarding...
Without previous warning, the fire in the orb extinguished, leaving the room in total darkness. Ada didn't even have time to feel alarmed. He felt her hands on the back of his head, and next he knew her lips were over his. His mind shut up completely.
See you later.
He couldn't even stop to consider how he felt about that before the kiss was over. With his mind still in a daze, he got up and turned around to leave. For a few moments he stood frozen outside the tent, merely appreciating the cool dusk breeze on his fur. By the time his thoughts began making any sense, he was already running home at full speed, crying disconsolately about the realization that he was, in fact, a horn-eater. Let's take a break here. I want to review what you've written so far.
What, you don't trust my writing skills?
No, obviously.
Feels good to be loved.
It really does.
So, Adder was a gaze reader, just like me.
Yes.
And he really was into Sept in the end, which explains a few things.
A few.
If Adder and Djorf had an unlikely yet alluring, brief, intense romantic involvement, how would it have been called? Gitter? Adef?
Pandering.
Then I guess the only question I've got left is this going anywhere at all?
What do you mean? You've learned a lot about your beloved knight already, haven't you?
Yeah, sure. Don't take me wrong. I like your take on the story so far. I just can't figure out how any of this leads to him becoming a knight, much less the knight.
Patience, little Nashgab. All shall be revealed.
Like your major crush on Sept?
What?
You can put all the words you want in Adder's mouth. I know an obsession when I see one.
Go get your eyes checked then.
I'm gonna go back and count how many times you've mentioned her butt.
No, I just... That's it. You're not hearing another word about her.
What? Boo! This is a biased recount. I'm calling Radish Stew on this.
I'd never claimed to be objective, you tiny insurgent. It's my story, and I'll share it however I see fit.
Unbelievable! You are silencing the very truth you champion! Whatever shall become of Adder's story if you bereave us of the booty?
There are more characters in this story, you know.
Or were you in love with them too? Ow, okay, I'll take that as yes!
You know, looking back on it, there is someone I should have loved more. Honestly, she was a bit rough around the edges. She wasn't always the easiest kid to be around. But the reward for persevering by her side was the unwavering loyalty of an iron-hearted friend. Yeah.
Sounds like a nice girl.
It was my bonk sound, yes. Oh, no, she was horrible and I hate her.
What?
Chapter 2. Ghost at the Feast, or Lessons on the Matter of Peaceful Conflict Resolution.
Hey! If it ain't my lil boss! How you doing, Aina? Having a mighty fine day?
Aina looked at what little sky could be seen among the rooftops. The sun wasn't even out yet.
I know what you're thinking. Why is this fine buck loitering around the temple so early? Well, none of that. You had me so worried, so worried, that I just had to come down and check up on you. And sure enough, here you are. And here I am, first again. Yep, I'm just killing it tonight.
First in the contest of people acting suspiciously, that's for sure. But of course, Aina couldn't say a word about it. She signalled Adder to follow her into the forge, since he was already there. The workday would have to start early.
Rivet here, rivet there. And this weird one's going to my rivet collection.
Work at the forge went something like this. Aina worked on her craft, and then she gave Adder whatever menial task would make him feel useful.
What's that, boss? You need me on the bellows? Sure thing. Let me just finish pounding over here and I'll come in a sec.
She didn't have any proper accreditation that named her a smith, so he wasn't technically her apprentice either. But that didn't really matter to either of them. No, that didn't matter at all.
You sure that fire ain't hot enough yet?
All that mattered was that faint floral itch on Aina's nose, something only she could have picked beneath the stench of ash and smoke permanently attached to Ada's fur.
Boss, you can stop shoveling coal now. I ain't gonna take any more of my clothes off.
It wasn't just the way he smelled or the way he carried himself. There was something different in Ada that day. Something had changed. She could feel it.
Hey, boss. If you're all done staring at me, I'm gonna get back to work. Those shields won't rivet themselves.
Oops. After hours upon hours of hard work, I guess, it was time for a break. Lunchtime. The most tranquil time of the day for both Ada and Aina. Not that either were ever under any real stress, mind you, but the predictability of lunchtime itself helped ease Aina's turbulent temperament and Ada's talkative stomach.
What have we got in store today, boss? Is it tater time? Is it tater time yet?
Ada had long since dubbed this short period away from the forge as potato time, since that was always the menu at Chez Aina. Today was double potato time, since she'd forgotten to get him some food the day before.
Look at them taters! They're so tiny and cute! Oh boy, they look so freshly dug out, one of them still got dirt on it! Not a problem, boss. They're just... ugh.
That didn't sound like an Ada sound.
Did these things always taste like this?
Ada tried his very best not to look absolutely disgusted as he turned the 20 or so tiny raw potatoes into puree with his pestle-like teeth.
Ah, what a wonderful scene! My favorite furry potato and temple turnip sharing a meal after their heartfelt reunion.
Illigrab's enormous face appeared next to the window. Ada, for once, didn't scream in a panic.
You don't look so good, Ada. Don't tell me you stayed up all night looking for your sweetheart.
Good old Illigrab. Sleep is for bucks that ain't got a lady waiting for 'em.
There's no need to be so dramatic, lover boy. Aina's a grown-up. She knows when she wants some space. And it's your duty as an upstanding citizen to respect the wishes of a lady. Or else.
That face.
Your bribe is ready, you upstanding lubberwort!
Fine! It's a fine, not a bribe.
Ada cast his gaze down as Illigrab walked away, leaving him alone before Aina's judgment. Or he would have been judged if Aina hadn't turned 20 shades of red and become incapable of rational thought after Ada failed to deny that she was his sweetheart.
Hey, boss! I gotta get early today. I need to get back my, Goff's hat from the tavern. You know what they say, the hat makes the stag, and he ain't no one without it.
Huh?
Why can't he go get it like a grown-up? Well, that's cause he broke his leg.
You're such a terrible liar, Ada.
Gosh, no! It ain't broke, no ma'am! That dumbass just went and twisted his hoof the wrong way. Yep. Okay, bye, see you tomorrow!
Ada ran away, muttering something that sounded very much like prayers to himself. One strange day wasn't anything to be afraid of. Aina's apprentice had had plenty of strange days in 1 year.
These are some lovely taters, boss. Perfect potatoes. But I couldn't fit one more bite in my tummy if I tried. No, ma'am. I'm just gonna take these home and stuff my face in front of Goff later. I ain't sharing a single one with him. Nope. No way I'm giving all them taters to him or anything. Yep.
Aina was more than happy to collaborate in any plan that involved making life harder for the contestant to worst bard in Heirloom, but But the strange days passed, and they kept passing.
And that's when I told the king, bite me. You should have seen my father's face. His leaves dried right up. I spent a whole moon literally grounded.
What do you mean you don't remember who broke into the warehouse?
I don't know, Master. It's like the memory had vanished from my mind.
I'm gonna vanish you from existence!
Both deer began clashing horns while Ada and Illigrab stared at the scene.
Can you believe that?
I know! Can't deer go 10 minutes without starting a fight? No offense, kiddo.
No, I mean, can you believe he forgot someone that important just like that? Can people really forget?
Sorry, Adder, I don't have time to get into philosophical debates. Those two have just earned themselves a free ride to the dungeon.
The stroll took an unexpected direction toward the city guard's main tower. In the northeastern quarter of the inner walls, it was the second highest tower in the city, with ceilings tall enough that Illigrab could walk inside. Ada had to go fetch Geoff from there every so often, so he was relatively welcome as long as he had Illigrab by his side.
Take it to court next time. Street fights are strictly prohibited. Are we clear?
Both of the prisoners uttered a disheartened "yes, sir," and Illigrab nodded to himself.
Hey, Illigrab! I was wondering, you could throw anyone in the dungeon, right?
Well, I wouldn't say anyone, but I do have a pretty good grasp on Heirloom's populace, if I may say so myself. Hey, I could even set you up in a pretty cell, if you ever want to leave Geoff's place.
I'm all good. I was just wondering if you'd seen never mind.
A never mind? What's that, some kind of flower?
The prettiest in the kingdom.
Aina, what are you doing in the ceiling? That didn't end there either. Strange days soon turned to strange weeks. Clink, clink, clink went the hammer in Aina's forge, but there was another incessant noise. It sounded like the bellows that lit up the furnace. Its source was, of course, Ada, looking out of the window, sighing like he wanted to empty his lungs. With a semi-nocturnal roommate and watching...
Val, stop. Have a drink.
Stop slouching.
Gwa. With a semi-nocturnal roommate and what may count among the 10 worst beds in the world, dozing off, spacing out, or generally getting distracted in his job was nothing out of the ordinary for Ada. Sighing, however, that was definitely out of the norm, and he'd been doing that an awful lot lately. Stranger yet, Ada hadn't noticed that Aina had been standing right behind him for quite a while now.
What? Huh? Hey, boss! I was just thinking about my things. Rivets and stuff. No worries, ma'am. I got this. I'm all focused now.
Funk, funk, funk went Ada's hammer, and yet Aina wouldn't leave his side.
Anything else?
Aina put a hand over Ada's in what may have been the most confusing gesture this side of Lake Zihal. Ada looked down at it rather blankly, only to find that he was holding the hammer by its head.
Wowee, that's dumb even for me. You seen my brain lately, boss? I don't know where I left it. Sorry, boss.
Clink, clink, clink went the hammers, and it wasn't reassuring at all. Because strange weeks had turned to strange moons.
Taters, huh? Sorry, boss. I'm not hungry today either.
In the great realm of Akazor, where the very essence of reality was distorted to make flowers carry messages over the whole continent, and a single king had ruled since the gods fought wars in the skies, Ada having lost his appetite for the better part of Dawn soon didn't sound plausible at all.
All right. It ain't like I'm not hungry, Kay. It's just that... Look, boss, I don't mean no offense, but you ever tried one of these? I've eaten knuckles with more flavor in them. Nah, what am I saying? I know you wouldn't touch these with a stick. Your paw's sitting on a pile of Barhan gold. Who the hell wants taters when you can have figs and dates for supper every night? Am I right?
The merchant was filthy rich, and he would have indulged in such delicacies if he hadn't been too tired of his worldly life to bother chewing, and too cheap to buy actual food to fill the pantry. So Ada's meagre allowance came from Ina's own, totally legit unspecified source of income, which neither Illigrab nor Ada had probably ever thought about. But why this? Why now? When had Ada gotten so picky? He'd never had any problem eating the same stuff over and over before. He was thankful that he got to eat at all.
I guess it's time I learned my place and stopped drooling over all the fancy stuff I won't have again.
Where did he even get to try it in the first place? Restless, concerned, gods forbid worried. These were all adjectives that clearly did not apply to Aina. But for some reason, she kept passing a tiny, ugly potato from hand to hand as she stared at the city from her home, thinking about the small fortune it had cost someone. Not her, but someone. You'd think that deer would have settled their capital in a beautiful prairie where they could graze free and indulge in hedonism, that the whole world looked something like the village Ada wouldn't shut up about. But no. A massive lack of foresight, coupled with Akane's stubbornness, and the insistence of their king led to heirloom growing in the middle of a steppe between the enormous Lake Zihal and the Alar Sea. With barely any space for bush pens in the proximities, infertile fields and a million souls to feed, food was neither cheap nor readily available in the capital, hogged by those that needed it the least. Anyway, point is that Ada was a poor starving deer, and Aina wasn't willing to put up with this anymore. Find a cure. Get him better food. Some small maroon spots on the potato's skin alerted Aina that the potato she'd chosen probably wasn't in the best condition. As she was devising the punishment she'd bring upon the merchant that could have endangered Ada's life with diseased food, she had a small epiphany. Perhaps Ada wasn't being an imbecile, perhaps he was just sick. Aina didn't have the foggiest idea about medicine, but she figured that it couldn't be too different from fixing any other thing in the world. She just had to figure out what piece was malfunctioning. And she knew where to look. Quiet, furtive steps. The only sound disrupting the consuming silence that filled the Temple of Hirab, once the night fell and honest folks left the streets. Any thief that was dumb or brave enough to target such an old place of worship would have been surprised to see that not a single fire burned in the whole temple after the sunset. Not in the courtyard, not in the offertory, not in the library where someone was meticulously looking through shelves filled with books and clay tablets that threatened to crumble into dust at any moment. Aina set her sights on an interestingly named volume. You seriously? Serious? Okay. I guess they were right when Cernar was the language that had spaces. Basakrayuinankakenapnet. Yeah, that was awful. Roughly translating to Cernar as Anatomy of Barhans and Akanes. In Aina's humble opinion as an observer, removed from the art of talking, society improved a little the day the Northerners introduced the concept of breathing between words. The book coughed a small puff of fine sand upon being opened, but it looked otherwise pretty well conserved. Aina began shuffling through the pages quickly, looking for the part that interested her. The revolting innards of the brutish deer folk, a most thoughtful and impartial evaluative treaty. would be a rather forgiving translation for the title of the chapter she was about to read. The reason for Ada's strange behaviour had to be written somewhere around. She just had to narrow down the source of the ailment.
Who dares into my lair?
Ina slammed the book shut, startled. She growled softly to let him know it was just her as she left the book on a nearby table.
Aina, you stupid spendthrift! What are you doing to my precious books?
The merchant explored the room with his cane, trying to make his way towards Ina. He picked up the tome that Ina was reading, making sure that every page was where it was supposed to be.
Huh! The pages are bent! Are you just reading this? Wait, you? Reading? Are you sick, child?
Ina would have loved to tell her father that she had hobbies and interests and that he knew nothing about her, and that she hated reading and that dyeing her hair green wasn't just a phase. The merchant continued examining the book. He ran his bony fingers along the engraved inscription on the spine of the book.
What do you need an anatomy book for anyway?
The old man paused for a second, considering his own question.
I'm gonna unman that bespalling tallow catch!
The merchant stormed off as fast as his nearly fossilized legs let him, leaving Ina to her own devices. She opened the book once more, passing a few pages just for mere curiosity, until she stumbled upon the very last chapter. Bloodlust, a concise summary on the geological evidence for the existence of the gruesome savage beasts, speculations and imaginations of their appearance. Ina just closed the book and dropped it on the ground. A marine breeze blew over the streets of Heirloom the next day, sweeping away some of the hot steppe dust that suffocated the city. Akazor was 2 moons well into dawn soon already, and it was coming to an end little by little. It was lunchtime, and Ina couldn't stop thinking about the previous night. The book recommended great doses of fresh air, relaxation, and a vitamin-rich soup for all ailments. Ina didn't know what vitamins meant, but she understood the concept of soup. She also understood most other concepts she'd read about, and once they popped up in her mind, she no longer had the mental capacity to make a soup. Carrying a small mountain of uncooked misshapen potatoes, dried seaweed, and several bulbous roots, Ina made her way through the corridors of her home in search of her apprentice. A cloud or two could be seen in the big blue sky, white and puffy, off to conduct whatever business a cloud could have so close to her home, the once great temple of Hirub, the abandoned residence of a god that left in a tantrum after the Bahan rebellion. Not the most elegant farewell, but her father always said that gods need no manners, and that old geezer clearly knew all about that. The lack of manners, I mean. He knew a thing or two about gods as well, but he much preferred to spend his time cursing them for his longevity. Oh, there he went with his usual friends.
Burn the sippy! This time we'll get him for good!
Aina! Second-class daughter of a hero-praying beast! Quit wiffle-waffling and do something about this! I know you're somewhere around here, you fusty lugs! Aina!
Oh no! He's casting some kind of spell! Hurry up!
Aina just stared idly at the mob carrying her father away, off to a pyre that would forever magically fail to end the poor man's life. A question resurfaced in Aina's mind. It was Ada's, pondering aloud whether Aina's father was hated a little more or a little less for purchasing and desecrating the temple of a god that most people despised anyway. She took a moment to consider this as she walked into the sunlight. Sacrilege is kind of a global standard, I suppose. Cue Ada, moping all by himself in the courtyard. Ina tensed up her shoulders and stretched out the food plate, attempting to pass the dish as something casual that she didn't go out of her way and spend her personal earnings to buy. Once more, instead of happily proceeding to choke on his payment for helping out in the forge, Ada took a long, empty look at the food. He sighed and looked away.
Sorry, boss. I'm not hungry.
So he'd said time and again during the last few moons. But Ada had always ended up giving up and eating, less and less every time, however. Aina waited patiently to no avail. Once she got tired of that, she shook a carrot in front of his face, hoping to stir his curiosity with this new, shocking ingredient. No answer. So there she was, shaking a rattle in front of a giant one-eyed baby that refused to eat. Seeing that diplomacy didn't work, she poked his snout with said carrot. She poked and poked until it ended up in his nose.
You happy now?
Aina's total desperation was purposefully ignored by Ada, so a poor carrot was snapped in two for his sins. Recollections of the anatomy book began appearing in her mind. She didn't want to believe it, but perhaps all those noises weren't sighs, but Ada's tremendously pathetic mating call. She stared at Ada from behind the mountain of food as he rubbed his snout. Yes, she'd read something about that. What a shameful display, showing off his nose to a pure maiden to entice her. But she had to stay strong. That wasn't the time to let her heart flutter under the very self-indulgent assumption that Ada was somehow interested in getting to know her better. Aina was no Hakim, but she knew the profession well. She needed to confirm her suspicions based on the symptoms before giving a diagnosis. Blush, heart, pants. She wouldn't. She wouldn't. She definitely would. Alright, narrator. Alright. Put it in. Pants. Aina's wanton eyes followed the trail of dark curly hair that zigzagged from the gorgeous brunette's chest all the way to the end of his toned stomach. There was a problem, no doubt. A problem in his pants. Hey, that doesn't happen until chapter 10 of my fanfiction.
You get it!
Aina was actually just thinking that Ada's pants were several sizes too wide for him. He'd lost a ton of weight since they first met. Living with only one meal a day will do that to you. And he looked downright gaunt as of late. That's what you'll write, anyway.
What? You can't tell me that you hate this character and then rewrite the story for them. That's called favoritism. I'm writing down all of this.
You're no fun.
You're one to talk.
Okay, that's enough. Let's just write this off as a brief lapse in judgment.
Oh, I'm judging all right.
Browsing the wares, boss? Can I help you choose anything?
Aina channeled her embarrassment and indignation in a way that was not deserved, but not uncalled for. Ada got a swift punch to his face, and, as was the norm for her, Aina ran away before she got a chance to see his reaction. Aina marched toward one of her usual hideouts atop the run-down temple walls, away from Ada's sight. She needn't run that far. He wasn't going to pursue her this time. Alone with one of her potatoes and all of her weapons, Aina began rummaging through her pockets in search of a knife. There was never a lack of those on her person. She brought out one of her trusty daggers and focused all of her attention on cutting the potato into thinner and thinner slices. She wasn't wrong. There was just no way she was. She was older and wiser, and Ada was just being an idiot by refusing her help. Of course.
Hiding from the mob, little Tess?
Gods damn it. Giant tree man. Replying to Illigrab wasn't precisely on Aina's list of priorities for the day. Illigrab didn't expect otherwise.
Don't worry! I took care of them! No need to thank me, of course. Wouldn't kill you, though. Anyway, all that's left is putting out the fire, so, I was hoping Ada could give me a hand there. Where is the lad?
It was another question that didn't deserve an answer. Aina devoted her whole being to gathering all the extra thin potato slices and then launched them into the air, watching them fly around like some tremendously wasteful confetti.
Did you two get in a fight?
Aina led Illigrab to the courtyard, there where a peevish adder sat by the fountain. He was rubbing his face as he stared at all the food by his side.
He hasn't come back to his senses yet, huh? Hey, think it's your father's fault? I mean, I could leave him a little longer on the pyre to see if he learns his lesson.
Don't you dare, you son of a wilted fur!
Don't you dare, you son of a wilted fur! Beat face.
I'll make a wardrobe out of you!
Aw, bless your ears, Red.
Aina shook her head, frustrated. The merchant hadn't said anything meaner than usual, and even if he had, Ada and Aina formed an unbreakable team. Nothing could harm them when they were together. They looked in Ada's direction once more.
Was he actually doing cartwheels?
I won't pretend I've ever understood how Ada's mind works.
You two worrywarts were made for each other.
Aina's face turned red immediately. The legendarily morose Smith would rather admit to any criminal charges against her than let on that she was actually concerned about anyone's well-being. Illigrab smiled and stepped forward before she had a chance to protest, however.
Let me handle this. Ahem. Addison, son of Gerfas of the Upperfield, you're under arrest!
Oh, 3, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I knew that it was against the law, but I couldn't just go tell Arter. Please don't kill me.
For worrying a precious little bean, like, Aina, sweetie, give us a minute, will you? Adder, my favorite Chanthurian refugee. Why would the only law-abiding deer in Slander District ever beg for his life?
That Z's pronounced like an F? Alright. Janfurian.
Did Gyoff talk you into conning someone? Someone called Tailid, perhaps?
No, thank you. All the gold in my socks are on ain't worth a word with that sicko. Don't tell him I said that.
Well, that rules the most serious possibility out, which leaves us with a scared buck and a secret. And you know that I'm only second to Aina when it comes to both. Start talking.
All right. If I'm gonna die, at least let me die an honest buck. I met this girl and she booped me and I got so nervous that I ran away, but then we met again and it turned out we kind of knew each other because I tried to save her once. Things got kind of heated up between us and, what we did that night, oh boy, that can't be legal.
Oh, say no more. So, you shed your antlers. That's no big deal. And most certainly not a crime. Though you know, fawns happen. You do know about that, right? Adder, I love you like a son, but please don't make me take on your father's actual educational duties.
I know where fawns come from. That ain't...
Good. Then what could...
Oh, dear.
Oh, of course. I should have known from the very first moment.
Ada's eyes lit up slightly. Illigrab let a heavy hand fall on the buck's shoulder as he took a deep breath.
Adder, no matter how guilty you feel, cheating is not a crime.
Say what?
I want you to know that I don't approve of what you've done, but I'm sure Aina will understand if you talk to her.
I'd never cheat on Aina. I'd have to be courting her for that anyway.
You're not?
Course not. My boss is the strongest, and the coolest, and cute as a bug to boot. Ain't nobody good enough in this world to court Aina, much less me.
Bikini. Okay.
I could never find me a doe like her.
But, kid, she's not a...
Valerie. Water.
Stop slouching.
Drink, thank you. If a tree falls in a temple and there are 3 people to hear it, including the tree itself, does it make a sound? The answer is yes. He says doe.
All right, kiddo. That's the end of the talk. Why don't you, go back to sulking in the corner or something?
Illigrab laughed awkwardly as Aina dragged him away.
You're lucky I can't have you arrested, you unruly little beast. Yeah, of course. Mock your biggest ally. Excuse me. That wasn't on purpose. I swear. Your greatest ally! I was just trying to help you. Forget that stupid argument. I thought I told you to tell him the truth already. Don't play the mute card with me. There's a million ways you could tell him. That boy's blinder than Pertok, but he'll find out sooner or later that you're lying to him. You want to wait till Eka is here? How do you think he'll react then? Aina, we aren't like him. Like them. I know you care a lot about him, and so do I. I love the both of you. But keeping up the charade for so long is only gonna make the truth harder than it should be. Dear, have a life. And we're a part of it, of course, but there are just some things that we can never give them. Things they need in their short time on Dakna. No matter how much we love them. Adder is no exception to that rule. He's beginning to realize that you're not the son of his life, Aina. Take the whole Knight business out, and what do you have? He's just a boy with down-to-earth concerns. He wants a farm. He wants a family. He will move on one day and find those things. And we should be happy for him. Do you understand?
There were some concepts that Aina was acutely aware of, even if she herself didn't realize that. How painfully small her influence could be on anyone's life was one of them. A few moments went by in complete silence, as she contemplated the faces that had left her behind already. She had always been all too eager to forget how rare company had been throughout her existence. Bearing the weight of such a thought, she finally nodded with her head low. Illigrab's mustache turned down as his eyebrows rose. A million worried creases formed where his forehead should be.
Great! Then do me a favor and take him somewhere nice tonight.
Huh?
You have to make sure to have fun together while you can. So go make up with him. Take him out tonight. Who knows? Maybe he'll loosen up and tell you what's going on after a few drinks. It's time to let him in or let him go. So you two'd better be smooshing faces together by the end of the night, okay? That's a royal order.
In an incredible display of dexterity, Illigrab managed to produce a handful, a giant tree deer's handful, of Darus from a bag on his belt, which he handed to a very flustered Aina as discreetly as he could. Satisfied with his act of generosity, he took a long glance around the forge, finally stopping to stare at the embers resting on the bottom of the furnace.
And you can think of that as a tip. You know, so you can get to work on my order a bit faster.
Aina looked at Illigrab straight in the eye. Not restless, not calm, even more silently than usual, she stretched out the hand holding the coins toward him.
Fair enough. I should know better than to try to bribe a Tess. You guys are a prideful bunch. But hey, keep the money. I'm sure Adder could use a little, push in the right.
Are you going to help me down or what?
Red, I swear I'd let the mobs have their way with you if it wouldn't make your daughters sad.
I'd like to see you try!
Oh, I'm sure you would. He's right, though. I shouldn't leave him hanging like that. Good luck, Aina.
Free from the chains of unwanted social interaction, relatable, Aina silently pondered Ilagrab's words as she headed back to Ada's side. There used to be sacred flat pools in the public courtyard, now served as a magnificent dish and laundry washing station, Ada's particularly, since he was in charge of these chores. At the end of the day, any of her oh-so-urgent tasks were just another excuse to keep Ada around. He purposefully looked the other way. Of course he didn't want to talk to her. The irony of getting blatantly ignored by the clingiest deer on Dagna wasn't lost on Aina. A painful punishment if there was one. An apology was something to be rarely expected from the smith, not because she failed to see the fault in her actions, but because she didn't know how to apologize. No, that was just an excuse. Ada always knew when Aina felt guilty about anything. Then again, why did she have to apologize when it was him who failed to appreciate her efforts? She would have continued patting her own back and telling herself how right she was if she hadn't noticed that the food was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah?
Aina carefully removed from Ada's hands the brass dish that he'd been polishing over and over.
It's not clean yet. There's some red spot that just won't get.
An incredible feat, considering that he'd been washing that same dish since her conversation with Ilagrab started. The dish had been cleaned with such dedication that she could see her reflection in it. Aina stared at the dish. Then at Ada. Back at the dish. Ada again. Once satisfied with her observation, she whacked Ada's snout with the flat side of the dish in a manner she considered softly.
What is it now?
Smirking in the most annoying fashion possible, she shoved the dish on Ada's face.
Yeah, there it is. Just let me clean that darn dish.
Aina turned the dish around once more just to make sure she was right. There was no spot to be seen. Seeing that her first idea didn't yield any results, Aina decided that some better strategic positioning was in order.
Hey, wait! Don't go walking into the pool! You're gonna make a...
Ignoring the way her boots were getting soaked and how questionable her repositioning was, Aina sat down in the gap left between Ada's legs and the pool. She held the dish out as far as she could and then tapped on its surface, attempting to call Ada's attention to it once more. He had to regain a bit of composure first.
Can't you see the spot? It's there, right next to your face.
A brief lapse of clarity came about as Ada's sight travelled toward a red blur on the brass dish, right where his left eye should have been.
And I'm done. Big surprise.
Look at the dish. Now look at the dish. Now look at Ada again. Look at the dish again. There is now a wheel of cheese? I guess the plate is magic. They agreed on that. A tranquil silence followed Ada's epiphany, a moment of reflection. Aina looked up at Ada with her big lilac eyes, hoping to tug at his heartstrings in lieu of an apology.
Some people would call that kind of purposefully cute look manipulative.
Some people get their asses kicked.
Well, darn, boss. I may not be all that used to the eye thing just yet, but I don't really need two eyes to see when you're trying to play me.
Aina patted Ada's enormous arms as patronizingly as she could, ruffling the fur that covered them. It seemed none of them would exactly apologize for what happened. So of course they went back to playing with the dish like the big children they were.
Who the hell's that gnarled leafless palm tree? That ain't me. There just ain't no way that's my face. Where'd my cheeks go? No wonder I don't recognize myself. Hold up. How did she even manage to recognize me then? Was that magic too?
Aina had no idea who she was or what magic he was talking about, but there was only one gigantic one-eyed roe deer with shovels for hands in the whole city. Ada put the dish away, fixing his gaze farther in the fountain, where a statue stood mutilated and bereft of the glory it had ages back.
Curses! Ain't no way I could forget someone like that twice.
Knowing fully well that he wasn't talking to her, Ina continued running her bandaged fingers along his fur absent-mindedly, somewhat concerned about his sudden interest for the son of the sun. She could only guess why he was talking to a statue, but then again, didn't that hold true for everything? Did she actually understand a single thing Ada did or said? Could she even? Ada had told her a million things since they met. She didn't care. They did not affect her in the slightest, and yet he kept pouring his heart out to her, and she kept ignoring him, like some sort of tug-of-war for lonely idiots. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream, hope you're having a good day. So why did the thought of not understanding him distress her so much now, when she hadn't made a single effort to do so in the time they had known each other? In the time they had known each other. Illigrab's words resonated within her, making her feel a guilt she usually quieted with violence.
Hey, Val,
You know,
take a break.
I've been
Have
thinking a
some
whole
water.
darn lot about the past lately.
Stop
boss.
slouching.
Thank you. Ina's torn-up ears perked up. What were the chances of those two thinking the same thing? Ada smiled ever so slightly, giving her his trademark, "Here's a story you don't want to miss" look.
Do you remember the day we met?
What a question.
Hey, don't you at me, Missy. Imagine you just walked into the city thinking this is finally your day. You make a friend, he's gonna get you a job, and then you turn around a corner and stumble upon a grandpa on fire!
Nothing strange as far as Ina was concerned.
Do me a favor and make like your idea of weird and mine sort of match for a minute, boss. As I was saying, my pa raised a good boy, and a good boy don't let grandpas fry on a pyre. So I rush into the temple, ready to end the one life I got to save his.
You're the Spanish translator of the game? Oh, lovely. Yeah, I am having a great time with this. I love good stories that I can get to read out to everyone. That's kind of my thing. And here I am in a bikini because my chat is thirsty and took me out of my regular outfit. So there's a first impression. What Ada didn't know is that Ina had been looking down on the scene from her window, giving her quite a more accurate retelling of the events. Goth. Not quite my uniform, but alright. I'll take it. Thank you for the head pats.
But no matter how hard I try, the fire's just too strong for me. There's nothing a poor buck like me can do. With his last breath, the old man calls for his daughter, and he hollers until... Whoa! The prettiest girl I'd seen in my life walks right out of the gate!
Ina made a conscious effort not to giggle. To be fair, half the female population that Adam met was the prettiest girl he'd seen in his life.
And as she makes her way through the crowd, she looks at me! At me! Of all the people!
And why are you not in uniform? There you go. Of course she was looking at him. He was screaming louder than the man on the pyre.
And she gets closer. And closer. And then... the little thing just signs us to get eaten by a beast and walks away like it's got nothing to do with her. Wonder who that gal was, huh?
He poked Ina's cheek, and she slapped his hand away as solemnly as she could. He was one to talk about first impressions. Shaggy, chubby, badly patched up and wearing a ridiculous vest. That's how she remembered the Ada that first appeared in their gate, screaming in fear as usual. Once upon a time, there had been muscle and even fat on Ada's arms. All that remained to attest to his gigantism were a pair of oversized hands and clothes that had been mended beyond recognition. Indeed, he was once a boy with a tender scar on his face, yelling from the rooftops that he fully intended to become a knight. But dreams aren't edible, are they?
I gotta say, this year's been kicking my ass real bad. But I'm still alive and in one piece. I guess I got good health at least. No thanks to your horn-shattering, teeth-breaking, nose-bended punches. But you're the one person I can always count on, boss. I trust you with my life.
Aw. That was just a very Aderish exaggeration, of course. They had only been friends since the last bleak night, at least the way she saw it. There was no way he trusted her that much already. Then again, Ada would have probably argued that they had been friends since he arrived with the first bloom of flower scents, and that he would have died for her since the moment he saw her.
And it ain't just you. I can't imagine leaving Mr. Bard's home. Or not going on walks with Illigrab. Even the patron. Gods, I never thought I'd find something like this when I left the fort. I was just dying to go back.
Ada shut up all of a sudden. Aina was surprised he managed to speak half a sentence about his draft. There went another issue he never talked about. Both Ada and Aina turned their eyes to the reflection once more. The image on the dish offered no good answer to the questions either of them had. It just talked about the outcome of their decisions. Aina shifted the dish a little, until she was no longer in the picture. That's where she belonged.
Now, you really gotta quit sneaking around, boss.
Putting his hands just above her ears, Ada turned the dish so she would be back in the reflection. She turned her face she turned her face up towards his, confused. Just misread that.
Illigrab's words got to you, right?
Still observing Ada's snout in such a weird angle, she nodded. He had been a lot more vigilant than what she had originally thought, but he had decided to remain silent about it all the same. From such a low angle, his still faunish and round face looked even mature. Now, that was a stretch. She knew that mature was probably one of the last adjectives that would ever be associated with him. But for just a moment, she felt like he wasn't a dumb kid who would get lost if she let go of him anymore.
Please tell me you didn't believe it, ma'am. He got it all wrong. I ain't no cheater. I never once said I was courting you, I swear.
It was just a moment, as I said. Aina quietly considered the question. But not before headbutting his chest for that tell, of course. Pry. While it was true that Illigrab was prone to babbling and fond of hyperbole, there was definitely something going on. Anything Ada wasn't crying about was suspicious by default. With no further need to pretend she hadn't heard a word, she began going over the conversation she'd spied on. Ada said someone kissed him. But that was Ada, always exaggerating stories. Or so Aina told herself, coming up with a top 10 reasons why Ada couldn't ever possibly get a kiss. After all, Aina didn't believe that Ada could appeal to any woman. Ever. At all. No way. Nope. And most certainly not to her. But with the sole purpose of ribbing Ada, of course, Aina began making smooching noises as she hugged herself.
It ain't like she was, and I was. Look, what kind of buck would I be if I went around sharing that kind of stories? She may have get without a word, but that don't mean I could go hollering her secrets. I won't tell them to no one, much less a lady and much less my boss. It's personal, all right?
Personal. That word caught Aina completely unprepared. She was surprised Ada even knew the meaning of that word. The yellow stag had always babbled any thought that had the misfortune of wandering through his mind, unprompted and unquestioned. Boss had been nothing but an odd formality between them. With a single adjective, in just a moment, Aina felt with complete clarity the wheels of time spinning, out to get both of them. Change was scary, and Ada an oddity in a world that shunned her. All she wanted was someone that wanted to have her by their side. How could that ever be a bad thing? She didn't need an answer. It was now time for Aina to go back to sulking and for Ada to feel bad thinking that it was due to his outburst.
They got it all wrong. Illigrab, Mr. Bard, the patron. I know they want to help, But all them city folks think they know better than Shorthorns over yonder. He don't ever get to finish talking, because they already know what a dumb fawn's gonna say. You got any idea how gosh darn friggin' annoying that is?
Ina rolled her eyes back. Ask the mute girl if she knows anything about not getting to chip in.
I ain't no fawn. I've been a farmer, and a water seller, and a watchman, and a soldier. I had a life before I met him, and I have one now too, but I just don't want to tell them about it. They wouldn't understand.
Oh, but they would.
And what if I just don't want to talk? What if I'm tired of everyone thinking I'm a hick and that's it? It ain't the end of the world, right? Right?
Ada looked at Ina pleadingly with a big glassy eye on the verge of tears. The smith couldn't even bring herself to give him the sarcasm he deserved. Ina nodded patiently.
Our distraction just tipped £20.
Oh, thank you very much. That helps out a lot. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you continue to enjoy yourself here. Ina nodded patiently, giving him a lazy, derisive pat on his cheek. She found that almost relatable. With a loud sigh full of resignation, frustration, and just a hint of relief, Ada rested his chin on Ina's head, letting his surge of honesty suddenly vanish.
Woo! Feels good to get that off my chest. Once more, does and stags, the only one that gets it is Ina the Smith. I'm sorry for all the grief I've given you, boss. I should have talked to you sooner.
Indeed, he should have, but she was gracious enough not to remark it. Ina let him know that she still expected an explanation with a single look, and Ada's cheeks jumped a little as he looked away, smiling as coyly as his giant teeth would let him. And here came the part where he poured his heart out to the beautiful maiden by his side, and their relationship was strengthened even further.
Boss, you know that I know there ain't nobody in the whole of Akathor that'll keep a secret safer than you. But that still don't mean you get to hear about it.
Huh?
Time to roll out the barrels.
Well, ma'am, I think I'm all talked out for today. I should get going now. Mr. Bard's playing tonight, and someone's got to make sure he don't drink our money. See you tomorrow.
Ada headed off to the arc that led to Slander District. A set of steps started walking behind him.
Boss? Ha! Gotcha. Did I forget something?
Ina pointed at Ada and then at herself.
You want to come along? I don't know, boss. It's, a stag night. We're gonna drink ourselves silly and then we're gonna talk about does. Woo! Yeah.
Yup, talking about does? Now there's the biggest piece of fiction ever written.
Needless to say, Ina remained very much unconvinced.
What about your pa? He's gonna be madder than a hornet when he hears you're out drinking with me again.
The merchant was essentially mad every fraction of a second he spent alive. That wasn't a deterrent under any circumstance.
Let me make this a bit easier for you. Do you remember the last time we went to a tavern together, boss? You know, when you threw Mr. Bard out a window, and then you just ran after him and left me alone to... Hold up. Don't tell me that was the day she...
Whatever story Ada was about to tell disappeared completely from his mind. He bit the claw on his thumb, babbling to himself with that strange accent of his. Her boots didn't even make a sound as she shyly walked towards Ada. She grabbed his hand with her comparatively tiny fingers and looked up, awaiting a response.
Sorry, boss, don't cry, please. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you wanted to come along so bad. You could come down with us any day. And if Mr. Bard got anything to say about that, I'll take care of him.
Yeah. Ana's lip trembled as she struggled to keep a smirk away from her face.
Not so fast, ma'am. You gotta swear over by tie that your butt and the seat are gonna be one and the same. Because if I see you throw a single punch, or a kick, or God's forbid a stab, I ain't ever taking you with me again. I don't want another buck slamming a chair against my noggin. Got it?
Oh. Suspicious glares and mutters accompanied Aina and Ada all the way through Slender District until they ended up in their usual tavern. Or rather, the closest thing to a tavern one could find in there. The Lucky Bastard, so called in honour of the owner's late husband, who was struck dead by a lightning bolt after walking out of a gambling house. The three were clearly mad at him, though not quite as much as his wife. She'd surely made peace with the memory of him after finding his secret earnings and opening the tavern. If that doesn't give you a clear idea of the type of gents that frequented the establishment, suffice it to say that they let Gyof play in it. Ada peeked in, looking with apprehension at the few deer scattered across the tavern. Anyone capable of ignoring the aberrations Gyof played probably deserved to be there.
Iggy.
Ah, the Lucky Bastard. I wonder if the staff are called the Lucky Bastard. God damn it, Panda. A quick look back at Aina revealed her eagerness to quiet Gyof using her fists. She noticed Ada's expression and quickly put her hands behind her back.
Hey now! You promised you'd be quiet. You swore over Baitot. He's gonna smite you to death.
Aina took a hand to her forehead and pretended to swoon. She actually miscalculated and fell on her butt. Smitten indeed.
I ain't joking around, boss. This is the one place in the district that still lets Mr. Bard play. I can't get in trouble here. I can't do that to Gyof again, okay? Do it for me?
And there went Aina's plan for the night. Everyone turned toward the duo as they walked into the bar, with faces that went from awe to ire. The barkeep, upon noticing Ada, quickly rushed to his side.
There you are, Adder. Just the man I wanted to stab today. Go tell that asshat friend of yours to tune that stupid piece of...
Aina's eyes met the barkeep's. She paled. Aina smiled. Though Ada would have you believe otherwise, Aina storming off was hardly an uncommon event. It was, in fact, how most of her arguments with her father ended up, since she could not quite defend her own causes. Some strange events tended to occur concurrently. One night, an enormous hole appeared in one of the city walls. One day, the sun rose to believe that Baitat's statue was missing its 2-story tall sword. Most recently, someone removed all the pavement from the northeastern quarter of the central plaza. An extremely sharp dagger was the only clue the thief left behind. But of course, Ada didn't believe that his beloved boss had anything to do with any form of nocturnal vandalism.
Wait. What? You...
Oh, right. Boss, this is the prettiest barkeep in town, Miss Barkeep. Miss Barkeep, this is the prettiest smith in town, my boss, Aina.
I really like Aina as well.
Aina?
Aina tilted her head up slightly to let Ada pat her head affectionately. Still in such a cute position, she turned her eyes toward the barkeep in a killing glare.
Aina! Of course. I didn't know it was like that. Give me just a... You bunch of twats better get your asses out of this place immediately! These two want some space!
There was no answer to the barkeep's order. Aina reached for the hammer on her back.
There's no need for that, ma'am. We'll just try to fit in a corner or something.
Ada took a deep breath as Aina placed the hammer back on her belt, sending just one last look of disappointment his way. Gyof's barely cohesive poetry became clearer as they reached the back of the tavern, though the bard seemed too occupied with his performance to notice them yet. They managed to find an empty space where they could barely fit together, though their designated room on the floor became considerably bigger after Aina curled her lips at the deer around them.
Well, that sure was a thing. She never called anyone a twat for me before. You know the barkeep, boss?
Nope, no way. She had to be confusing Aina for some other green-haired albino that wandered from tavern to tavern once a moon demanding a little tip in exchange for not razing the place to the ground. Easy mistake. Once seated, Aina called the barkeep with a deep, menacing growl. She rushed to their side immediately.
Yes, miss?
Aina pointed to a cup and raised 2 fingers. The barkeep clearly didn't need a translation, but Aina's request didn't seem to cheer Ada up as it should have.
Make that just 1, ma'am. I ain't got enough money. And I don't feel like drinking anyway.
But Aina felt like making him drink, of course. She brought out a shiny doru from Illigrab's gift, pointed to herself and then to Ada.
Oh, that's mighty kind of you, boss. But really, I don't wanna. I said no thanks.
Aina tried to push 2 coins into the barkeep's hand, while Ada tried to pull her hand away quite fruitlessly.
Aina! What did I say earlier about trying to know what's best for me, huh? I don't always gotta get naked to have fun, alright?
Huh?
Both Aina and the barkeep looked at each other. Then they looked at Ada as he pursed his lips together.
Get drunk? I mean, I don't gotta get drunk. What do you know? I think I kinda do need a drink. Get me drunk, please. I don't want to think about being naked now.
Ada was already bringing himself enough shame, so Aina kindly overpaid the barkeep in a desperate action to make her go away. Once the barkeep had left, she took one of Ada's hands and pulled it away from his eyes, trying to take a good look at his face. She would have had better luck looking for faces in the mold covering the walls.
Doth mine ears deceive me, or is that the tinkling of coins I hear?
None other than Geoff finally turned towards them with a very calculated nonchalantness, plucking the strings of his perpetually out-of-tune oud. Aina pulled her ears down and sighed audibly.
Goodness gracious! If it isn't Ladder, accompanied by the petite patroness no less, of all the miserable taverns in this loathsome city.
They both knew that Geoff had been expecting Ada and had clearly seen them walk in, but why say hi like a normal person?
Evening, Mr. Bard.
I know what time of the day it is, thank you very much. I'm painfully sober yet. Or at least sober enough to recognize a moon in the sky, and a lad eaten up by his misgivings when I see one. Aina, what did you tell Adder to make him wail like that?
Grr, arg.
Oh, woe is me! So young and I'm turning hard of hearing! Speak up, dearie!
Aina's teeth gritted one against the other loud enough for Ada to hear. They exchanged a very serious look. One that said, "Don't." A series of strangely precise grunts and gestures followed one another under the expectant attention of the bard. Afterward, they both looked at Ada until he finally relented.
She wants you to keel over and die.
Why? Is she too lazy to kill me herself? It was a question, not an invitation. But of course, that kind of subtlety doesn't fare so well around the likes of you.
Aina was considering how to best break Geoff's snout in a single strike, but Ada fulminated the bard with a look before Aina had so much a chance to grunt.
Cut me with the sword if thou must, but wound me not with the knives in thine eyes! Not you, Cabbage Head, I know you'll do both gladly.
Am I saying it wrong for her? If I'm getting something that wrong, I don't mind being corrected.
Hey, quit picking on her!
Picking on her? Goading her a little counts as a provocation now? 'Tis but a jest between old friends. Very old friends. Aina knows it, doesn't she? Doesn't she?
Bill Bale? Oh god, I've not heard his name in a long time.
I said quit that, Bard!
Me? She's the one that casually throws people out of windows!
That's 'cause y'all make her mad.
Guards! Guards! Yes, see, my friend broke a buck's spine, but that's okay, 'cause she was mad!
I mean, I'd let her get away with it. Ada was about to reply, but the barkeep finally arrived with 2 cups filled to the top, where she surely hadn't spilt at all.
Just the thing to keep me goading.
Geoff grabbed one of the drinks before Aina had a chance to grab hers. She rose up from her seat, livid.
Hold up, boss! Don't go breaking promises so soon! I'll pay you back for that one. Here! You can have mine instead.
Aina took a brief look at the edge of the cup. It was covered with foam, which meant that Ada had taken a sip, which meant that his lips had been there, which meant...
No, she can't have that one either. Aina's not old enough to drink. At least formally, And she's never getting older.
Just as Geoff was about to drink from his cup, Aina snatched the drink back. She gulped the beer down.
I'd say I hope you choke on it, but you can't even do that.
Aina proceeded to spit the drink all over Geoff's face, and then slammed the cup against the table, leaving a crater in the metal sheet. Geoff dragged his hand down his face, trying to get some beer off his fur. He was trembling slightly, but laughing all the same.
All this time thinking you were a golem, and it turns out you're just a misshapen walking fountain.
Will you two quit acting like fawns?
The whole tavern stared at Ada's outburst. Once shame caught up to him, the row sat down again, heaving a long sigh. Aina and the completely soaked Geoff looked at each other absolutely flabbergasted. They both understood.
Well, color me surprised. I must admit that being lectured in maturity by Mr. There's a beast in my pile of hay was the last thing I was expecting today. Indeed, this is no time to squabble. It's been forever and a half since we three last shared...
Oh, god damn it. I keep doing that.
It's been forever and a half since we three last shared an evening together. And if it was about me, this would be the last. So I really need to know. What on the face of Dakna is wrong with you?
I'll switch to using the keyboard to advance the text, because that's happened one too many times. My mouse does not need a lot of weight applied to it to click, and right-click brings up the save menu. And I accidentally click a lot. So I'll just press enter.
You're as fine as muscular I am, my lad. Come on, you can surely tell your best friend about it.
Sorry, Bard, but this is one of them things I can't tell anyone, not even Aina.
Geoff's eyes and lips narrowed until they both formed a line. Though wounded, he attempted a smile once more.
Uh-huh. We'll go with fine, then. Look at her, I know you're positively fine, but you've been just a little quieter than usual. As in, not blowing my eardrums quiet. Why are you so fine?
I just got a lot on my mind right now.
Yes, I noticed you spend your nights moaning.
What do you want me to do? I can't sleep when I'm worried.
Worried? Oh boy, you're gonna go blind if you keep worrying so much.
Don't go saying that kind of stuff in front of Aina!
Why? Is she not the one for whomst thy heart weeps?
Say what?
I'm going to give you the chance of your life here. Do you want to sleep with Aina?
Ada got so flustered that he almost flipped the table. Aina suddenly lacked the dexterity to find any of her many weapons and the accuracy to wrap her hands around Geoff's neck.
Is that a yes?
It's a gosh darn freaking gazelle, alright?
Ada immediately dunked his face in the drink. Geoff's jaw fell to the ground. Aina forgot how to breathe. The bard proceeded to spill the contents of a cup all over the plate, banging the table with a fist and laughing over the top of his lungs. Aina's cheeks swelled up as she tried her best not to cackle.
Wait! All that melodrama! Just for some Barhan lass?
That ain't the...
This couldn't be sweeter, oh you're a horn-eater. This poor hobo was so mistaken, you see. Thought you'd cry for a golem, but you're just too wholesome.
Quit with the golem thing and listen just this once, alright? It ain't about me being a horn-eater or not. I mean, it don't even matter. It's been a moon since she gave me the axe. But I needed to see her one last time, and something happened that night. Something I can't tell Aina or you or anyone. And I can't stop thinking about it. can't stop thinking about her.
Ah, yes. I'm sure a lot of things happened that night. Or didn't, from the look on your face. You know, there's not a face unbeknownst to this bard. So tell me which Zell has been touching your neck.
Go tune your ood, Gilf.
Wow, touchy! Anyway, I'm glad to hear that you're a healthy deer with healthy obsessions that don't include lifelike dolls with a penchant for smithery. I'll leave you two friends to your business dinner.
I want to break his neck. Yeah, just putting that out there as my opinion of this character. With that, Geoff got up from his seat. Instead of going back to playing his horrible songs, however, he headed to the back door, muttering things under his breath all the while. Aina's eyes finally drifted back to Ada. He turned red like a tomato.
Gilf, am I right? That bard's 2 straws shy of a hay bale and only half as smart. Sorry, boss. I need a moment.
I don't want to be anywhere near Geoff. Of course, Aina couldn't care less about Geoff's problems or any request for privacy. She was only concerned about Ada's well-being, and by well-being, I mean apparently questionable love life. Ada looked her way again. Aina's lip trembled, but she managed to keep a straight face. She tapped the cup, trying to remind him that it was there, and that she still very much wanted him to drink it.
Sorry, boss, but I really don't want it. Beer just don't taste the same anymore.
Aina's eyes were immediately drawn to the cup Ada pushed into her hands.
You ever tried wine, boss? Like, for real grape wine? It's so good. It's even better than the mead we got back in the prairies. Just a few nights sipping grape juice and I'm darn spoiled rotten.
Can't stand wine myself, but I guess it takes all sorts. Aina stared at the foam edge and the foam stared back. Would she really get an indirect...
Aina?
Aina looked up again, somewhat startled, her gaze locked with Ada's. Ada gasped, bracing himself for something. The boy leaned in closer, still fixing his eye on Aina's. She didn't understand what he was trying to do, but he was managing to look really dumb while at it.
Darn it! Darn it all to oblivion! I really thought I did the thing this time!
The thing? What thing? Eat horns?
Boss? Boss, what are you laughing about?
Aina shook her head vehemently.
Horn eater.
And then her face met the table.
Yeah, you already laughed at me plenty when I tried to tell you.
Ada had tried to tell her? When? Wait, it couldn't be... Could he possibly mean that one time at the fair? But all he did was talk about someone else's butt, face, and that someone else happened to be a gazelle. That wasn't a serious confession in any way. Aina was just ribbing him, and he denied it anyway. Aina considered how very much not at fault she was as she shifted awkwardly on her seat, making the bag of coins tinkle. Of course. Aina held a coin out for Ada to see. His eyebrow twitched a little.
You can't buy my forgiveness!
She flicked her fingers, revealing 2 shiny dorus.
Alright, maybe you can.
She opened her palm, revealing a few more coins, and then tapped on his forehead.
3, 4, 6 dorus for my thoughts? I don't know. It's really too personal to...
The purse tinkled again, and when she eagerly slammed it against the table, almost breaking both.
You gotta promise me that if I tell you, you won't laugh at me. For real. Look at me, ma'am. This is my serious face. You promise?
All that money and still making demands. Aina promised herself that she would at least make an attempt.
I'm a gaze reader.
A what?
I can read minds.
An attempt was made.
Darn, you got me! I really thought I could fool you this time around, but nope. You're just too smart for me, boss. Here, take your money back. My pa raised a liar, not a thief.
Ada took his cup to his mouth, downing his laughter in the drink. Incapable of controlling her strength anymore, Aina patted Ada's back, which made him drop the drink over himself.
Oh, not the cape, darn it! I just washed it last moon!
Ada lifted the hem of the rag, only he could refer to as a cape, trying to determine the extent of the damage, and revealing something that definitely wasn't beneath it before. A burn? Aina reached out, attempting to touch the strange mark on Ada's chest. The boy recoiled immediately.
Hey now! This ain't no place to get all touchy-feely, boss. We're in public.
Illigrab would have argued that getting all touchy-feely was just as bad in private, but Ada never quite minded Aina invading his personal space when no one was around to tell her father. It was, nevertheless, a very strange thing to say for a boy that kept stepping over the line and hugging his boss no matter the situation.
Oh, how am I ever going to clean this?
Quite easily! All you have to do is rub the fabric with distilled alcohol. Salt water overnight could also do the trick. Believe me, I am quite an expert when it comes to getting liquor stains off my clothing.
Just gotta give it a good rinse at the beach. Got it. Thanks for the tip, sir. Do you need anything else?
Indeed I do. I could not help but notice this fine example of Bahan craftsmanship accompanying you. I am beyond impressed by its degree of autonomy. And just look at the expressiveness in its eyes. I could swear that I saw a tear in them.
Barhan, what now? I don't know any witches. What are you going on about? Do we even know each other?
We absolutely do not. You may call me Burbith, if you must spend your breath discussing anything other than this beauty. Look at that skin. Porcelain could never be this pearly. Gods above, is that alabaster?
Ada and Aina shared a confused look while Burbith kept rambling.
Is he hitting on you?
However, the almost total absence of a snout and that triangular nose shape do not seem to align with the heavily embellished idea of the Achaean held throughout the rise of Besaxerat. A fawn, perhaps? No, of course not. Eyes so detailed, roundish shapes and a small mouth. Oh, look at the blush covering the nasal area and the cheeks. The very expression of femininity! Undoubtedly unique.
Darn right he's hitting on you.
Of course, the Sephi may have had a twisted sense of humor, shaping their servants like us, but they had their own moral standards. My point is, I never expected to see a golem with female features. Could I somehow convince you to part with it?
Please hit him.
Oh, by dad! It even talks. How did you make it do that?
She, sir. Aina's a she.
Yes, I said as much. Wait, what are those sharpened teeth? Some sort of defense mechanism?
Burbith pulled Aina's jaw open with his left hand, trying to get a closer look at her fangs. Luckily for all of the involved, Ada pulled Burbith's hand away from Aina's mouth right as her jaw snapped closed.
An automated shutdown function, with a timer for protection of the inner workings of the artifact? Oh, how fascinating!
Have you lost your marbles? Don't go sticking your hand into people's mouths, you creep!
Why, I would never... Oh. You're talking about the golem, are you not?
Aina is not a golem!
Indeed, this is not just a golem.
Oh
this
my
may
God.
very well be the golem. And I am very much willing to pay accordingly, I assure you. But to elevate a machine to the status of person...
Holy horns, is my accent too thick for them northern ears? Aina is a doe! A doe!
Are you certain about that? I do believe I look more like a doe than she does. If you would be so kind as to ignore the pun.
So you're one of those does that saw off their horns?
Core, is that the kind of information one demands from strangers in the prairies? I do not file my horns, good man. I lost them, but a buckeye remain. You are no less a deer for having lost an eye, are you, sir?
I get the feeling you're mixing wheat with chaff here. But I ain't gonna judge nobody for getting touchy about their horns. Sorry, Mr. Burbith.
Worry not, friend. Truly, it is not the individual to be blamed, but a society that places unnecessary emphasis on weaponry and traditions from an age of intellectual darkness. We shan't be equal for as long as our intrinsic value continues to be tied to the size, shape, or absence of horns.
Hear, hear. I get so much grief for having small horns. But I says to anyone that looks at them wrong, you got a problem with them horns? 'Cause I should be the only one worrying about my horns.
Indeed. Isn't the practice of turning our antlers to bone as a rite of passage simply barbaric? Without it, we would be free of accidents such as the one that beset me and your need to overcompensate for your size complex.
Darn right! Wait, my what?
Both Ada and Burbif turned to look at Aina. They'd clearly forgotten all about her.
Wow, look at that face! I could almost swear it looks offended.
All right, let's go over this one more time. She, not it. I ain't saying that Aina looks like a doe, no siree. She is a doe, Mr. Bearbeth. An albino doe. With a father, not a builder.
Aina's gaze shifted the other way upon hearing the word doe used to refer to her. She nodded anyway, not to leave Ada alone.
It is certainly not uncommon for an engineer to consider his magnum opus a child. It is, however, extremely unnerving, much like your complete ignorance towards the unique characteristics of your acquisition. The albino-like features we are accustomed to stem from the decay of their original paint. The root of her fur and the beet red underpaint on this Aina's nose indicate that she was most likely done originally. I see the green dye is recent, though. Copper dye, perhaps? Bold choice. Certainly not one I would have made myself. With all due respect, sir, do you understand the kind of chemicals you're exposing your golem to?
Ada stood still. So very still it would seem he had turned to stone. Then the stone began moving. He got up very slowly.
Hey, Val, take a break. Have some water.
Stop slouching.
Putting both hands on the table until he was fully standing like the towering mess he was.
You could call her my boss. You could call her my friend. You could call her a zillion bad names and she'd be all of them and more. But by God help you if you call her my golem again.
Ada's scream almost sent Burbif's glasses flying. Panting and clenching teeth was not an expression befitting a boy so sweet. Aina put a hand on Ada's arm. The boy stared at it for a moment before carefully shrinking back to his place on his seat.
If your eyesight is as bad as I suspect it is, perhaps you should consider acquiring a monocle, friend. Or a relaxing cup of hemlock tea, both of which would do you much good. I am not sure how you stumbled upon her, but I'm what you might consider an expert on the subject of the Saxarat as a whole. And I can tell you, this is a golem.
Punch him, please.
She's not!
Is too!
Is not!
Fine. I had been told that Rose seemed shamelessly ignorant out of sheer stubbornness. But let no dear say I did not attempt to reason with you first. Prepare to be convinced, sir!
Burbif's cape flew open. He drew a dagger with his left hand and pointed it at Ada. Seeing this, the barkeep rushed over to their side.
Stop that, you halfwit! They're gonna destroy the tavern!
Who? That fool?
Before even an inch of the tiny blade had been revealed, Ada started running. And even though Burbif clearly didn't have any intention to pursue him, Ada kept running all the same.
No, not the Sandfur! The beast!
Oh, not this again, please. This is a golem. Honestly, this is why we need more publicly funded academies.
Aina glared at Burbif with all her strength, but she'd promised not to cause a ruckus. All she could do was stand up to watch our brave buck immediately head in a panic to the other end of the room. A knight that ran in the opposite direction whenever he saw a pointy thing. Some night that would be. Then again, Ada hadn't said anything about that for months. The only one to ever mention it anymore was Geoff. Of course, Ada had stopped talking about becoming a knight. He knew how ridiculous that sounded, and he had probably realized at some point what everyone knew. There was no hope for him. Once more, Aina had stayed behind. She had clung for dear life to the idea of a boy that had outgrown her, ridiculous as it sounded in that precise moment. Aina sighed to herself, finding the whole situation rather underwhelming. She didn't even react to Burbiff's approach. The so-called golem expert cut a small gap on Aina's trouser
Now
leg.
face the irrefutable proof! Look at this! Wait, where are its joints? Maybe the other leg. No, over here? How about up? Wow! How very anatomically correct!
Oh, about time. Well. Look at her face. Perhaps there was still hope for Ada.
I really don't know what to say. Part of me wants to yell something like, I expected better from you, son, but I'm all about standing up for the little guy, and you're all tiny to me, after all. But against all evidence pointing to the contrary, Aina is very much not the little guy in any situation, ever. And even if she was, you really should be a little wiser about who you pick fights with.
How was I supposed to know that that asshole son of a beast was Lord or whatever?
He was a lord?
Hey, we don't use that language here.
That's how we call them pervs that don't respect a lady back in my town.
Making mothers the subject matter is not respecting ladies.
The patron insults Miles all the time, and I ain't never seen you complain.
And since when's that senile desert shrub a role model? What in the name of the Hatsa are you laughing about now?
Quit hollering, she don't know what's going on. Aina, I'm here. Just let me go with her.
Oh no, you're not going anywhere. I keep my guards well behaved, and I expect no less from the citizens, Atter. Mindless violence is not the solution to your problems. I thought you knew this already.
Ada let his head rest against the bars that covered a small window in the door, making sure to give Illigrab his meanest look.
Look, I'm sure this is all just some big misunderstanding. I know Burbith. His train of thought is a bit weird at times, sure, but he's not a bad kid. There has to be an explanation for this.
He ain't got nothing to...
Kid, I can barely understand a word you're saying. You're gonna stay here thinking of what you've done until Burbith wakes up.
Oh my god.
If he wakes up.
He knocked him out in a single deck. Oh, that's great.
Come on, Aina. It's time for you to go home.
Aina gave Illigrab a very meaningful look.
Fine. You can wait for him in the entrance. But I swear by Aiamai that I'll rake you across the coals if I find a single brick out of place at Attersall when I'm back. Are we clear?
Aina nodded eagerly. Illigrab gave her a dubious look, but he seemed to be in too much of a hurry to make sure she'd stay put. Mindless violence is never the solution. It wasn't mindless. I hit him right in the mind. Wait, Aina doesn't speak though. In Aina's mind. I think I saw some of his mind on the floor. Save? You know, in a choose-your-own-adventure visual novel like this, it'd probably be a smart thing to save at every choice, so you can explore each branch easier. So if it was my turn with the brain cell, I might have been able to have done that, but I didn't. Too bad Illigrab forgot to say anything about the cell's window. Aina took a brief look into the room from outside. To the city guard's credit, the dungeon was actually considerably nicer than Geoff's house, and definitely safer. No beast or Makadar would find Ada there. It didn't take Aina much effort to bend the iron bars and sneak her little body in through the window.
Aina!
Ada didn't waste a second. He immediately threw his arms over Aina and began smothering her with half-incomprehensible cries, that were most likely meant to be reassuring. They soon derailed into some sort of lecture.
I swear by 3 and all small guns, I ain't never going back to the tavern with you, man.
Ada hugged her with a force that would have destroyed anyone's ribcage for a good 10 minutes, but Aina didn't have the heart to stop him. Aww. When he finally pulled away, his nose was running and his face all wet.
Anyway, I'm glad to see that piece of crap didn't hurt you. That knife looked so sharp that I couldn't help but... Wait, didn't Illigrab just tell you to stay the hay out of here? Aw.
Ada took a hand to his face, babbling about the trouble she was going to drag him into. And there it was, that strange mark again. But now she could see it in all detail. A hand-shaped dark mark on Ada's chest that was most definitely not there last time she got a good look at Ada's chest. Of course, Ada noticed that she'd noticed.
What's this? Poison! Oh, no! Bearbeth must have cut me! Oh, praise the gods I ain't dead!
Aina made it clear that he was about to be very dead if he didn't begin spilling the beans.
I really thought it was just a burn.
A hand-shaped burn? Ada didn't seem to be lying, but he clearly wasn't telling the truth either. Aina inspected the mark up close. Long, slim fingers and a small palm. Clearly couldn't belong to a deer. Lacking excuses to do so as often as she'd like to, Aina put her hand on his chest just to be sure that it couldn't be one of her kind either. Which of course left 1 people, and 1 girl.
Yep, it's just what you're thinking.
Aina's ears perked up immediately. Ada smiled tenderly in response.
I wasn't lying for once when I said I could read minds, boss. I mean, it ain't like I can hear your thoughts or anything like that, but I just sort of... No? You see, the gazelle I was talking about earlier...
Wait, now you don't pronounce the J?
She taught me how to read the hatsa as it passes through you, following the trail of emotions all your lives ever left in it, through nothing but your very eyes. So basically mind reading and a few other things.
Aina made her best attempt to not look at Ada like he'd grown another head, but it wasn't a very good attempt at all.
I know what I saw, boss. I swear I read her mind. But I got too close to the fire and ended up burnt. Now when I call for her, she don't answer. And no matter how much I try, I haven't managed to use my powers ever since. What am I supposed to think anymore? I feel like I'm going crazy here.
There, she meant to say, ruffling his brown hair. She meant it this time, however. Aina had no doubt that Ada had seen something, but that something was in his own mind. His nightmares would chase him out of his sleep and hide in every shadow. It's not that Aina thought him crazy, of course. He was just naive, anguished, and a little bit delusional. A couple of compliments and some suggestion, and the boy would have thought himself a Makadar. Hang on, I gotta look that up. I don't have an entry for that? Wait, law? Ah! Makadar are children of Hirub, just like gazelles. The treemen were the youngest the Makadar's the name for the tree people. Like, what's his face? Illigrab. Reproduce via fruits. Gigantic, incapable of speech. Oh, never mind. Illigrab can definitely speak. They size well up to, depending on your origin, 6 average deer, 7 gazelles, 26 arms, 30 feet, or 12 standardized Kanmei horns. They are huge and eerily silent. But they are bigger tree people. Wait, then what's Macadea? It's a pun. Oh. Alright. Make a deer are born as weak saplings that have to be planted. The tree deer that survive soon gather to form their own families. One such family that rose to prominence was the Buntelows, who abandoned the forest entirely and found their place in the many palaces as Akafor as assistants and ambassadors. They are more deer than tree at this point, but it doesn't really show. Okay, so that's what Illigrab is, right. Okay. Is there anything else I would like to know before I continue? Yo, look how cool she looks there. Tessena. Boss. A huge variety of insults related to her hair colour. Age, no one counted. Species, birthplace, Aina is quite simple. Simple not in the sense of being simple-minded, no. She just has her own priorities in life. Communicating is not one of them. Her father, the merchant, took great care in teaching her to write and read, but she prefers to spend her time doing more practical stuff, such as smashing things in her forge. Or faces. Yo! like a feisty little greb. A bit quieter. About the merchant. The merchant. Red. Age, species, Barhan. Birthplace, angry old man. Won't stop yelling. Refuses to die in pyres organised by huge mobs too. The nerve. Ada keeps calling him patron, though the forge where he works belongs ostensibly to Aina. Widely known as a Sephi, wholly deserved fame, though one has to wonder whether that's truly a single drop of Hadza left in his angry old bones. Barhan. This entry contains several pages. Once proud gazelles. Great wizards and researchers. Coiled horn, short fur. So that he's a wizard? They had to give up all their research on Sephihet, the manipulation of the Hadza or magic for the common folk to the deer, abandoned Basiktet, favor of Surnar, swear off Sephihet. Okay. Lifelike puppets. I think I read this closer to the start of the stream today, but I can leave that up for you for a sec while you read it, and I'll just have a quick stretch and a drink. I'm really enjoying this world. Alright. Let us continue. Aina could almost picture the scene. Some saucy gazelle with the gift of the gab burning Sino root convinced Ada that he had powers beyond his imagination, for just a Doru and 3 Setepas? Pesetas? Money? The rest of the evening was free of charge, because of course it was. Aina put that bitter, absolutely not jealous train of thought aside for a moment. A burn. Why would he think it was a burn? No matter how much Aina waited and impatiently tapped her boot against the ground, Ada didn't say another word on the matter. A small smile appeared on his face after a while, heralding a story as it always did.
You know, boss, there's only one reason I wanted that whole gaze reader business to be true. Guess why?
Aina's glare could have frozen the whole step.
Right. What I mean is that you gotta think of the answer. Boss, come on! I want to stop being the fawn that cried beast. Look at me, and let me prove I can do this.
Indulge him. Fine, why not? Couldn't possibly hurt.
Alright, look me in the eye and don't move, okay? Think of something with all your strength, like you were putting your whole mind to it.
Aina shut her eyes for a moment, trying to think of her feelings. Aina opened her eyes and nodded, much to Ada's delight. He shoved his face right in front of hers and began staring at her with such intensity he could have burned a hole in her forehead. Minutes passed. Ada's face became more and more contorted every instant. His snout was wrinkled, his jaw was jutting out, and he was completely cross-eyed. How can you go cross-eyed when you have one eye? In this prolonged silence, Aina's thoughts wandered back to the tavern, to Ada's little chat with Illigrab as well, to the unknown paramour that had broken her little potato's heart. She'd fight her any day, and win, obviously. And if Ada tried to stop her, she'd defeat him too. She'd beat everyone up and show how strong she was.
You with your girlfriend had arms like this.
What? That's her inner voice? Ada's ears perked up as his eye focused on Aina again. The smith immediately took a step back. She hadn't even opened her mouth. He couldn't possibly have. Aina and Ada didn't have time to say another thing. A key began hitting everything but the lock, marking the end of her visit.
Ada! Please tell me you're still there!
Illigrab nearly slammed Ada's cell door open. He finally stopped saying Ada upon seeing said boy calmly sitting on the bench.
Hey there, lad! I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first?
The bad?
The good news is that Burbeth is alive and well. He'll wake up soon. Bad news is, you and I are going to be taking a stroll to the marketplace.
How's that bad?
Are you familiar with the words, attempted magnicide?
Oh dear. That sounds bad.
Don't worry, I'll explain on the way. Up we go!
I mean, come on, assault at most.
Hold up! What do you mean by public execution?
What? And that's the end of Chapter 2. And that is where we're going to wrap up today. I hope you have enjoyed today's stream. We'll be playing more of this tomorrow. Look, it's gone past 9, okay? And that was end of Chapter 2. That's a perfect place to wrap up.
Val, time to have some water.
Thank you.
Stop slouching.
Need more Aina. Same! I've got to wait till tomorrow too, you know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm on the cliff as well, along with all of you. Oh my gosh. What a lovely game. I'm going to link its Steam page in chat for anyone interested in playing it themselves. It is available for £16.75 or your regional equivalent, and it has a demo. So feel free to look into that. It only has 135 reviews on Steam. And it's been out for nearly 4 years. This game went under everyone's radar. So if you like this game, tell people, shout about it. Get this game to have more eyes on it, because from my first 4 hours, it deserves it. Okay? It is always a risk for a streamer to play a lesser-known title, but these lesser-known titles need that kind of exposure. And as individuals, we can help give it that exposure. So yeah, tell your friends about it. Right, but that is going to be the end of the stream, and thus the end of the VOD. So thank you for watching on YouTube. If you're watching the VOD in the future, I appreciate you. I was talking to the creator on Blue Sky, actually. But yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.